This conference will now be recorded.
Very good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning to all of you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ji. Good morning, Dr. Saab.
So good morning to all of you, sir. I am Professor Shrinivas.
Good morning, Professor K. Shrinivas.
Namaskar, Sat Shri Akal to all the people.
Welcome, sir. Welcome, Professor K. Srinivas. Welcome to our college.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Shall we start, sir?
Yes, yes. We should start.
Participants, please switch on your camera so that we can take the screenshots of this inaugural session. A very good morning to everyone. Respected dignitaries, faculty members, and dear participants, we are gathered here for an inaugural ceremony of 2 weeks AICTE-sponsored faculty development program on innovative pedagogical methodologies and tools for effective learning in engineering education through online mode, sponsored by AICTE New Delhi, organized by Department of Business Administration, Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College. Before starting today's proceeding, I, Dr. Navdeep Kaur, Assistant Professor and Coordinator of the program of this FDP, pays my regard to all the dignitaries present here. Thank you so much for being with us. I extend a warm welcome to the Chief Patron of this Faculty Development Program, our respected Principal, Dr. Sahajpalji, and also welcome to Patron of this Faculty Development Program, Dr. Parampal Singh, Head of the Department, Business Administration. Now I request Dr. Sahajpal Singh, Principal, Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College, to welcome the Chief Guest of AICTE-sponsored FDP. Sir, please.
Thank you, madam. Respected Professor K. Srinivas, Professor Parampal Singh, HOD, Business Department, Professor Navdeep Kaur, and participants, a very good morning. On behalf of Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College, I take this opportunity to welcome the participants on this 15-day AICTE sponsored program. So this is second program in series that Department of Business Administration has taken. Earlier also they have successfully conducted such program on a similar topic, and it was a huge success in the sense that participants and experts from all over the country participated in that program. So I really appreciate the efforts of the department that they have taken this wonderful topic in these days, particularly in this lockdown and post-lockdown time, where there's a strong need to develop and to learn about new pedagogical practices so as to reach to the participants, to reach to the students. And it is a challenging situation that without physical contact we can give this type of learning to our students. So I hope the experts who have been called in this program will give us new technologies, new techniques, new methods so as to effectively address the needs of audience as per their requirements. So these pedagogical needs are always there, irrespective of lockdown or not lockdown or whatever situation is there. Even in the classroom, physical classroom, we need these pedagogical practices in a very effective manner. Only then this teaching learning can possible. So good teaching learning is possible only when we respect the pedagogical techniques, methods. Otherwise, whatever knowledge, whosoever is there, maybe PhD, non-PhD, scientist, not scientist, they cannot satisfy the audience. So satisfaction of audience is very important, and without proper pedagogical methods, we cannot do that. So I'm sure that in this program, the participant will learn a lot of things from our learned experts, and I thank Professor K. Shrinivas that he has spared his time for this program. So I hope he will set the tone of this program, and our participants will get expertise and new insights into this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request prospective Dr. Parampal Singh, Head of the Department of Business Administration, to kindly introduce Chief Guest, Professor K. Shrinivas. Sir, please. Beta, mic,
Please, please unmute your mic.
Am I audible now?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
You're audible.
So good morning, everyone. And I, on behalf of Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College and the Department of Business Administration, I welcome you all on this 15-day AICTE-sponsored FDP program. This is second in the series. We had done the first one in the month of November, and we are doing the second series of this program. So I take this opportunity to formally introduce the chief guest for today, Professor K. Shrinivas, Head of ICT and Project Management Unit of National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, a Government of India under Ministry of Education institution situated in New Delhi. Dr. K. Shrinivas holds a PhD degree in computer science and has been utilizing open source ICT tools and technologies in teaching, learning, and student evaluation since 1990. His areas of interest are e-learning, blended learning, MOOCs, ICT-enabled pedagogy, computer applications in project management, e-governance, and he has more than 30 years of teaching, research, industry, and consultancy experience. So I welcome you, sir. He has been on the board of studies and as a member of the various core committees, to mention few of them. He has been a Senate member of the Indian Institute of Information Technology, Sonipat, member of Academic Council, Madurai. He is a member of Academic Advisory Council for NCERT, SWAM, MOOCs, and UGC SWAM MOOCs. Professor K. Shrinivas is a member of Advisory Committee on School of Education under the scheme of Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Teaching. He has been an technical expert for the Academic Advisory Council of National Resource Center, UGC, HRD Center, BPS Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur, Kala, Haryana. He is a member as a technical expert of the Advisory Council of the National Resource Centers. He has been as a technical expert Advisory Council of the National Research Center Mathematics, National Institute of Technology, Warangal. So the list goes on. I have to cut it short, but I'm trying that it's a very elaborate one. He has been a member of Academic Advisory Council of the National Resource Center UGC HRD of the Ranchi University, University of South Bihar, Gaya. He has again been a member of the Academic Advisory Council for National Resource Center, Jammu University, and Indira Gandhi National Open University. Apart from being on the board of the studies and members of the various academic and the technical committees, Professor K. Shrinivas has been a very avid resource person and delivers skill-based technical sessions, lectures for the faculty development programs, faculty induction programs, refresher courses, orientation programs under UGC, HRDs in the Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi University, Jamia Millia University. I think all the universities, all the major universities and the colleges which are in India, he has been conducting these kind of programs. He also conducts teaching, training, workshops, both at school education and higher education across the country for the teachers. He has written a number of articles on different aspects of university automation, e-governance, training needs, which have been published in research journals. He has participated in a few international forums and presented papers on various aspects of e-governance, blended online mode teaching, MOOCs, etc. So I think we are fortunate that we have you, Professor K. Shrinivas, because you are the person who is going to guide us through all this and guide all the participants on this during this 15 days program. So I welcome you from the core of my heart. I welcome you, sir. Over to you, Dr. Navdeep.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our worthy chief guest, Professor K. Shrinivas, Head of ICT Project Management Unit, National Institute of Education Planning and Administration, Government of India, under Ministry of Education, located in New Delhi, to please share his views about this faculty development program. Sir, please.
Thank you. Namaskar, Suprabhat, Sat Shri Akal to all my Pan-India participants, and I express my sincere gratitude to Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College and the Honorable Principal, Head of the Departments, and of course, very dynamic, hardworking Dr. Navdeep for giving me this opportunity to interact with you all. Let me put one thing. Many a times I used to say that it's all the grace of the Almighty, because many a times what happened, thanks to this pandemic and earlier also, and we have given a wonderful opportunity to interact with many of the faculty members across India, across the world rather, but mostly I confine myself to the Indian participants. So this particular theme which you rightly chosen, and it's very close to my heart again. The second important thing is it's my passion, and many a times what happened, what we thinking that it's only our hard work pays, but I firmly believe that if you have a strong desire, strong commitment, and dedication, and definitely there is a support which used to be provided by the grace of the Almighty. Why I've been saying that I'm a professor of computer science and engineering, but all these things, whatever I do in my regular classroom, I started preaching around 10 years back, because one of my friend told long back. This is not the story which almost more than 10 years back story. What he's saying, what he says during that time is the e-learning or e-teaching is a religion which need to be practiced first. So somehow it was put on my mind, and I started implementing. I used to go to a nook and corner of this country, length breadth of this country, and whoever invites, and starting from the Barak Valley to the Assam, to Jabalpur, Kashmir Ghati, to the down south to Rameshwaram. Spending 2 days, 3 days there, and giving them an orientation, as our principal sir rightly mentioned. It cannot replace the teacher, but it is supplementing to the teaching learning process to the greater extent. And to my and this is a surprise, before the lockdown starts, almost like I used to travel around 20 days. Initially it was started like a passion. Now I'm part of UGC, part of AICTE, part of MHRD, Government of India. And the only purpose is how to train the faculty, how to sensitize them, how to orient them with the quality inputs, so that they could able to continue that. That is one part. The second important part, which I started in NIEPA way back more than almost 8-9 years back, a small innovation. That small innovation is, since the WhatsApp has been there, since the Telegram has been there, we are creating a group of the people into that. Then we are supporting extending the 30 days hand holding after the workshop is over. That's what we have been doing for our students. But what I noticed, basically, faculty members, when we conduct a workshop, it looks very fine. Like if you ask the typical Delhi style of saying, "Arey, kaun si badi baat hai, hamara baye haath ka khel hai." But its teaching learning cannot be taken that way, because when many things we used to say, many tools, many techniques, but after the workshop is over, we definitely require the support of that. Believe me, friends, it worked. It's only because of the grace of the Almighty. It worked well. And I'm part of almost we have around 750 WhatsApp groups and 150 Telegram groups. But there is only one condition: only unlearning, learning, and relearning should happen over there. And no good morning, no good afternoons, no good evenings, no nonsense forwarders. So what happened? It was completely focused on that, and especially during this pandemic time. And uh, I'm connecting. I'm connecting. Uh, Friends, am I audible now? Dr. Navdeep, just confirm to me, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It's audible now.
Yeah. There is some connectivity, some little fluctuation. So I think this is again one of the important thing we all of us has to learn. I'm having a high-speed Wi-Fi internet connectivity at home. Is it hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's okay now because my webcam is off. Yeah, fine. So I'm having an internet connectivity, but sometimes, because of this situation everywhere, it's been happening. So kindly bear with me. So this is one of the important thing which I just want to share. So what I'm trying to say, that we could able to connect more than for during this, at least the pandemic itself. I never earlier when I used to go to universities and colleges of both the AICTE regulated and UGC regulated, I never covered that much. But last 6 months, I could able to cover 28,000 people across India. So it shows there is very serious way of learning. And out of this 28,000, just 1% is on general lectures kind of a thing. Simply you come and do the needful kind of a thing. So there are certain important things which I just want to say. So this is the record basic thing. And Dr. Navdeep, I should continue up to what time? Can you? Yeah.
11.
Till 11 o'clock? Okay. Thank you. Okay, friends, I have prepared a small presentation for you, and on the basis of the presentation, I'm just leading to my discussion point. And I request all of you kindly look at the presentation which I've been sharing over there. And this entire presentation is available on my site also. I'm going to share those details also with you. So those of you who could want to see that also can, it is possible also to do that. Okay. And so the first important thing which I want to this is the title of the presentation, which is going to be shared on your screen, is on building the competencies of teachers for the online teaching. That's the title where I wish to lead to the next one. So why do we require the training on online teaching? What is the need of that? And we have been teaching for so many years. This is the general question. I'm not asking. Generally, people used to ask me that. So I wish to start with, because to teach online, of course, some of the things require the basic, the subject knowledge is very much important. No doubt about it. There is no negotiation on that one. But apart from this, we are of course using the technology, like laptops you are using, desktops you are using, but in classroom also we are using, especially in engineering education. It is the need of the hour. But what is important is, why do we require the extra competencies? Competencies are not only meant for delivering the content. Competencies required to transact the content. Competencies required to design the course content, designing your lecture, both the synchronous and as well as asynchronous. Competencies required to design while delivering, while conducting the assessment. Competence is required to interact the students in the virtual discussion forum kind of a thing. Dr. Navdeep, someone's microphone is on. Could you please ask them to mute the microphones, because there is some disturbance is happening over there. Could you please request them? Someone's microphone is on. Okay, so with this, these are all the competencies required, and of course, pedagogical competency, instructional design is one of the important competency. Identification or creation of resources is one of the important thing. Like this, there are many several aspects are required. So I'll be focusing one of the other. And of course, during this course of your workshop, these things must have been going to be discussed. So this is the presentation which I'm going to this is my learning portal which I'll be using for my own classroom teaching. And I always, not during this pandemic, I've been using this method for quite some time. It is basically I teach in I use two components for my teaching. One component is face-to-face interaction. I'm talking about the before the pre pandemic situation. So I used to go to the class, I used to teach the students on regularly face-to-face mode. But there is one more thing which is attached to that, that's the prerequisite to attend my class. The prerequisite is I'll be using this, my learning management, my learning portal, where my students are expected to go through the material which I've shared here. And the task which was given to them by group, they had to work collectively, they have to work collaboratively, whatever the task which is being given for them. And if they have any specific doubts are there offline, they had to interact with them, then finally they can come and do the needful as such while working on to that one. So this is how the process of dealing with the, just a minute, because I didn't get the time to have my morning tea. So thanks to my wife, and she has brought a good cup of hot milk. So I couldn't able to do that one. I'll show you something and I'll do it. And thanks to this great ladies who have been supporting us, and because of their support only we are all doing all these things, friends. And koti naman hai, and the ladies who have been doing all these things. So my point, what I'm trying to say this, so but before attending my class, probably about 10 days time, and I'll give 10 days 1 week's time to my students. They will first of all identify go through the task, and accordingly the task and whatever the resources I will provide, and of course the leads also I'm also going to provide to them. This is how I've been using it. And apart from this, people like you, there are a lot of learned people who used to come, and they'll work on while I conducting these workshops. I'll be asking them to go through this material which is being available over there. Okay, this is about that, and all my presentations, then other papers, other reading material pertains to this particular type of thing is being available over there. So I request you to kindly go through it. And yeah, like all other programs, this is also one of the very interesting and important program which I perceive that. And so what is the value addition this particular workshop should have provided to you? And every workshop should provide the relearning opportunity. Every workshop should provide the unlearning opportunity, and also most of the workshops will provide the learning opportunity. So always it is unlearn, relearn, and learn. I think this workshop also is should be providing such a wonderful opportunity for all of you. Should take after it. Otherwise, generally what happened, many times we used to think, अरे यार हमें तो पता है ये चीज, ये हमें तो पता क्यों रहा है ये, बस generally the moment the mind gets into that, so naturally you will be a loser. Because my dad used to say, when I joined when I'm interested in the teaching profession, he used to say one thing: if there is a class of 60 minutes, 45 minutes, if 55 minutes of the class, and the moment the signal goes to your mind, अरे यार हमें तो पता है, generally the mind will stop listening and it closes. So after 55th minute, from 56th minute and 60th minute also, it may be a game changer for you. So you may losing that. So basically what happened, every interaction, everybody cannot be a teacher just like that. Everyone cannot be a resource person also. There are a lot of factors, which is because it's not only the subject. We need to motivate the people, we need to encourage the people, we need to take them to the into that mode. That is more important for us to do this. Because why all these things are required to be done? Being a teacher is not so easy, especially you must have noticed by now. 30 years back, the engineering graduate, 40 years back, the engineering graduate. Now the current engineering graduate, you can see a sea change. And in good olden days, if you get around 75% mark, you are a gold medalist. But now, not now, no more. And there are many things associated with that one, and I'll also need to be need to be get into that one. So you need to have a different attitude, different aptitude, and lot of patience is required. And of course the 21st century skills are very much need of our you must have heard about the Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable HRM Minister also speaking in several meetings in I should say the Shiksha Parv which was happened in the month of September. They've been talking about that. In the meanwhile, the new education policy also came, and of course a lot of new and next 10 years the entire thing will be totally different. Of course, in engineering we have been following OB. I associated with many institutions like triple ITs, IITs, NITs. NIT Warangal is again a core. I've been mentoring the faculty over there. Many triple ITs I've been mentoring over there. What is important for us is how do we take this one to the next greater heights. That's where the I'm pitching this program also. So even though smallest of the things also, try to note down all the points. First and foremost thing, generally what we generally used to think, we were used to prove it. I said, no, not like that. First of all, conceptual understanding is very important. Once you are conceptually understood, then implement it technically. Then afterwards, you try to see that when you are delivering a lecture, what level of audience are there accordingly we need to move. And you know, many a times because I'm not saying that it's because of that, and many a times I was speaking more than 3 languages in a workshop. Of course, I speak English, Hindi is the one, and other regional dialects also. You know, the only purpose is we need to take more and more people. We need to message should go loud and clear that yes, technology and technology enabled these pedagogies, techno pedagogical models are definitely helpful. And very importantly, this pandemic situation, like we can also see that you know, teachers are also can take are the front line are there and they can able to use it. Okay, let's try to understand the situation one after the other. So we know very well this pandemic situation and other things were there. So what is important for me is, you know, both the groups are grappling with technology mediated teaching learning process. But what is the problem? The problem is, you know, there are certain issues. Everybody wants to conduct this, conduct the classes, and very many doubts are there. ये चलता है नहीं चलता है तो ऐसा कैसे चलता है, all these things. And please, I think many a times people are forgetting to understand that this is a special situation across the globe. Not only Indian academics are facing, everybody is facing across the world. So everybody is coming out of there because there is no vaccine, and it may take it some more time. And there are many other factors and which are affecting all these things. So in this case, how do we come out of what was the, so when this situation was started discussing, people started thinking that lack of training. Of course, I'm not saying that lack of training, even though they may say that, but a lot of training is being imparted by AICTE and UGC many years also. But still, what happened when we start looking at, so the first important thing is what was the appropriate pedagogy for the online courses. Okay, I use the word called online course. It is a part of the online teaching also. I'll come back to that part little later. Second important thing is what could be the possible instructional design for this online course. And third important thing is where are the resources available? Can I use it for my core thing, as can I use it for my supplementary reading material as such? And the next important thing is about the how do we do the student learning outcomes, and then how do we interact with the students virtually? See, it's not a live lecture only, and unless and until it was not supported by the support system like conducting or facilitating, it'll be a problem, and you know, it may not yield the desired result. Then comes the interaction, then comes the platforms, delivery platforms, both synchronous and as well as asynchronous. So these are the, so faculty members are lacking these issues, pedagogical issues, instructional design, resources, and about the student learning outcomes, interacting with the students. Interacting means I'm talking about the offline interaction, not online interaction is there. And then what type of a delivery platforms we are using, both the synchronous as well as the asynchronous platforms. This is one set of problems. The second set of problems, yes, but I can say that there are very minimal, and yes, faculty members are very good in this regard. That much I can tell you. First important point is teachers have no prior online teaching experience. Absolutely, I completely agree with you. Okay. So because of this problem, they do not wish to swim against the tide without the adequate preparation. Yes. So we will provide the training, but what is important is if you want to the simulated environments only will work for some time. Simulated environments cannot go beyond certain things. So what is important for us is, and you train them, you support them, you motivate them, you encourage them, you orient them. But it is they only has to do that one, because many of the teachers are saying that the training is not adequate. But my biggest point in this case is how can we define that adequacy of the training? So that these are all some of the things. And something like a lack of enthusiasm to learn the new methods and techniques. अरे ठीक है, हमारा 30 तारीख को तो तनख्वाह मिल रहा है, what is they great in this one, and this is not suited for the engineering education, this is not, all types of problems. See, initially what we thought about this pandemic, it lasts for 15 days, it lasts for 1 month, it lasts for two months. We don't know the way it is being and the different situations. And initially गर्मी में नहीं रहता, ठंड में कम हो जाता है, ठंड में बढ़ता है, and now we can see a different situation as such. And what I'm trying to say, that we don't know how long this process can. So it's a high time that every teacher across India has to understand the reality, and whatever best it is possible, they should do it. I'm not saying that look, there's a masle hai pehle. The problems are there in the past, friends. Problems will be there in the future. Vartaman mein bhi rahega ye cheez. But I'm not saying that. But the point in this case is, whatever when you just imagine that 30 years back when you started your career, how is that? 10 years back when you started career in some other college, it was there. And now currently you are teaching. Now many things have been happening working from home. And what I'm trying to say, that it's all because we all joined the teaching profession by choice. One important thing. The second important thing is, teaching is an art and teaching is a science. Teaching is, you are a motivator, you are a torchbearer, and without your intervention, because most of the 8 to 9 hours students spend the time in the college, among the teachers, among their fellow friends and all. So we should do that one. Next one is not convinced about the quality of delivery and assessments. Yes, there are issues and there are challenges are there, but I can tell you that what are the best possible ways we can do it. Hopefully during this workshop time, I think our faculty, our other resource persons also going to deliberate all these factors which I've been highlighting over there. So what is the need of this very important thing? I should say that this is let's make use of this lockdown or post lockdown period as an opportunity and relevant to the present situation. And we don't get this kind of things in future. This is what I've been saying, that so that let's spend some time on that. Let's experiment. See, when we started our career with the master's degree, doctorate degree, postdoc degree, we are not teaching like this. And just imagine the situation. And it requires confidence, it requires motivation, it requires subject command, it requires a language command. And many times, especially in Indian scenario, we are not using single language. We are like in northern India, we used we attached Hindi, Urdu and Punjabi along with English. And in southern India, the local languages, they'll be attaching to that one. So ultimately, that's message which is going to be shared with the students as such. And coming to coming to this, yeah, 1 minute, okay. And so the purpose is to engage and interact with the learners, and very importantly, and so continuously by interacting with them through online or any convenient mode. So to do all these things, what is required apart from many subject expertise, other things, adapting the change, accepting the reality is very important. Because we all of us, others, more than 10 hours I've been working on a day. So doing this kind of a thing, plus my university responsibilities, I'm having some administrative responsibilities, all of things are happening sitting from home. And you see, when we started, there is a Wi-Fi disconnection. I've been using my mobile phone. There is another mobile phone is also connected over there. the hotspot has been enabled. So see, by chance ye disconnect hota to dusra disconnect all we never imagined that that kind of a situation. This is this, yes, we need to accept the reality. It is the need of the hour which has to be over there. Okay, and but even though we have been talking about technology to the greater extent, and everybody is saying that yes, technology is definitely is the need of the hour, but I must tell you one thing which is very important here is technology is not a miraculous cure for all educational ailments, friends. That is very important. One has to understand it clearly. So when this will be effective, the effectiveness of the technology means I'm even talking about the techniques and the tools also. It's not only tools, it's techniques also. Is directly proportional to the competence and intent and attitude of the user. Here the user is a teacher here. Unless and until you have that kind of the system, no technology will work. You have an excellent laptop, you have many things, but you don't know how to use it. Okay, so there are many such other things are there, so that is very important. And also it should be used like an antibiotic. A right dose is helpful and wrong dose is harmful. In the name of technology, many a times what happened, power down, PowerPoint down, our lecture down, this kind of a situation should not be there. And you know, it provides a lot of options for us that how do we do it. And technology is not only the tools, it's include the techniques, and of course it's a means, it's not an end. That is very important point which I want to drive here. Okay, so because as I already mentioned to you that there are two important components are there in your online teaching. One is a synchronous part, and another is an asynchronous part. In the asynchronous part, we call it this is an online course component. So it's basically, it's not a simple traditional face-to-face course replicated on a computer screen. Number one, there are certain goals and objectives are there. So how to make the online teaching successful? This is very important point, which I wish every one of you should. To make the educators first must design their curriculum, goals and objectives, and then consider the online environment can best serve the instructional objectives and activities of the curriculum. That is very important, not like another way around. You have some software and use it accordingly. I'm going to show in one of my action plan as such. So this requires change in the pedagogy, where instructors taking the role of facilitators of information while guiding the students towards the solutions. So in order to make the online learning to be successful, of course, learning is teaching and learning. Please understand carefully. Teaching and learning to be successful, the teachers as well as the learners must take on the new roles in the teaching learning relationship, and faculty must be willing to release the control of learning to the students. This is a very important point which I wish to drive to your kind consideration, please. Okay, so where are we heading for? And ultimately, this is what even in the new education policy also is talking about this such aspect in this particular frame of mind as such here. So the one of the important thing which is required, which is that kindly look at these two pictures which I am showing on your screen. First one is centralized learning model. Second one is a learner-centric model. And of course, both the models are prevailing in our education system. But the one which is on your left-hand side, centralized learning model, is more prevailing because it is being practiced many years, and going to be used. People are comfortable in using them. But in this centralized learning model, what you have noticed, the very important thing is about we call it as the push mode of a learning. In the push mode of a learning, teacher is the only source and limited resources. They are pushing the information, and the students have pushed to learn about this information. And when I requesting you to kindly look at the other wagon wheel, and you see the other items also there. Please read for a minute. we call it as learner-centric approach or learning-centric approach. In this learner-centric or learning-centric approach, what you have noticed very importantly here, see, apart from classroom is very much there, but the contrary to the earlier picture, here the learner will be there in the center. So the learner is and the teacher has to create that environment in such a way, and the learning happens. They can pull the information from all sources, all possible sources which are available over there. It could be, of course, very importantly, it's a classroom is one of the important factor. Apart from the classroom, there are many options. Many of them are technology mediated options, technology enabled options are there. So I think this is very important point which I'm trying to drive with you all. This is the need of the hour. So that if you want to have a 360-degree development, yes, they should be taking self-paced courses. Thanks to our NPTEL, we have a very good quality courses. Apart from this, MIT is providing a lot of webcastings are going on. A lot of knowledge databases are going on. Virtual classes are being conducted on different subjects. So what I'm trying to say that in this learner-centric or learning-centric environment, if the teacher is creating a very, very important component which brought to me one of the famous quote of Albert Einstein, which is aptly suited in this case, not only online, in our general classes also. What Albert Einstein said, I quote, I read, I do not teach anyone. I only provide the I only provide the information where learning happens. So what is important for me is how do we set up that environment. So this is where the trick of the trade, the students, the teachers has to learn while setting up of this kind of the information as such. And of course, this was already I have discussed with you. Okay, let's start working one after the other. What are the other factors? What are the other things which are required to be done in this case? The first important thing is about the pedagogy. Okay, the pedagogy is the process through which pedagogy is the methodology of teaching, and there is a big debate going on that which pedagogy is appropriate, and there are certain other issues also when you teach in online. What some of the things like people started saying that I'm speaking to the walls, I don't know the interaction of the students, and I am not understanding whether they are listening to me or not. Okay. So what I'm trying to say that yes, one of the pedagogical model which is having a very, even the research also say, I've been using this model for quite some time, and I have a little uniqueness of working with certain things like I teach in I basically my stream is computer science engineering, and I teach in social science and humanities faculty, plus there is a computer science related area also I've been teaching. So what happened, what I have noticed that, so generally whether it is I'm talking about the pre-COVID and after the COVID, during the COVID also, one important thing I forget to mention to you. In the pre-COVID scenario, I explained to you that I provide my teaching learning is basically blended in nature, number one. So I provide the reading material to my students in my learning portal well in advance, and giving a certain task for them, engage them offline, then I'll come to the class in a face-to-face interaction. That was the case. So there are two important components are there. And during this, when the lockdown has been announced, the face-to-face interaction has been stopped. The face-to-face interaction has been replaced by the what I mean to say, the virtual interaction kind of a thing. And in this virtual interaction, there are two things happen. everything remains the same, because since there are two important matters I want to say. While sharing, while using that asynchronous platform of the learning platform, along with the reading material, I am providing some task. Along with the task, I am creating a lot of groups for them, and it's a group-based learning also happen. Very importantly, I will send a very clear message. It is a assessment based activity. It's not like that. So the students' performance, engagement, involvement in completing the task outside the classroom and also inside the classroom. Inside the classroom means when they meet me virtually face to face, either in the university or through this Google Meet or GoToMeeting kind of a thing, is acceptable. So so the moment I'm saying that it is connected with the assessment, and I must tell you, friends, I never had this problem of speaking to the walls, because there are many faculty members have started saying speaking to the walls. Second important thing, I think I request all of you not to use such words, because this is a pandemic situation and it's new to faculty, new to them, but at the same time, what I'm trying to say that everybody wants to learn, everybody wants to facilitate, but the only thing is we don't know that what could be the best possible way to take this one. That is one part of it. Second important thing is, as far as the assessments are concerned, there are comprehensive and continuous. Okay, so not like it's I don't look at any spike as such. If I give around 25 question marks, I'm expecting generally 10 to 15. So suddenly a person get 25 out of 25 or 25 out of 0 is completely a doubtful case for me. It never happened. That's what I've been saying, that this is one of the best pedagogical model. I will give you some tips also, and there are some steps also. I don't know whether the time permits, I'll do all these things, but I'll just run through this. So what is this model is talking about? It is basically a pedagogy first approach to teaching, in which the course materials are introduced. Course material, reading material, as per the, again there is a planning also. There should be a lesson plan, and are we going to, how many weeks you are going to teach, how many, is it a topic by topic or week by week? So accordingly you have to take a call, and accordingly you have to provide the information. And an in-class time is repurposed. Please, this is a very important thing which you need to understand. The in-class time is repurposed for inquiry, application, and assessment in order to better meet the needs of the individual learners. This is a very important pedagogical model, especially in online teaching, is having a lot of relevance. And of course, research is also saying that it works well. But what is important for me is the faculty also need to tune up. And many a times, there is one comment I have been hearing from the faculty saying that no, students are not listening, and they're not convinced. See, it is not the students convincing yourself. Are you convinced enough or not? Very important question I'm asking. So if you convince yourself, and if you are a practitioner, definitely you can put a positive thought in front of our students. So the moment, if you are half convinced, you cannot fully convince them. Please try to understand that. So half cooked meal may not be the suitable thing, and especially this kind of things. And I know you can see that students are very good, and they have a vast process of the things that we work. There are certain steps are there. If time permits, I will come back to show you how to set up, what are the steps to set up the flipped classroom. I love to do that, but let me see that if permits, I'll do that. So first issue of pedagogy we have addressed over that. The second issue is about the instructional design. This is again one of the important thing. So what is instructional design? That the definition says it's an entire process of analysis of learning needs and goals, and the development of a delivery system to meet the needs. So basically it is a delivery system to meet the needs which the learning needs. That is very important. So again it is being said in very many words that bad things happen in the absence of the good design. You know, the kind of you know, the picture which is showing on that one. Then again, this is again an issue, sir. So how, where to use the discussion forum, where to use the instructional design? Instructional design options could be used well with your asynchronous learning platform, which is an important component of your online teaching. So one of the method which we have been using quite successfully is the MOOCs 4-quadrant approach. So what I've been suggesting is, because we all know very well that when the MOOCs 4-quadrant four-quadrant approach is that, so it is important for me. We need not go for any other method. We can use this Swayam's 4-quadrant instructional design approach, and so that you know, we can so what is this purpose of doing this? The purpose is to share the resources using e-tutorial, which we call it as quadrant 1. The purpose is to share the e-content like self-instructional reading material, which we call it as quadrant 2. The purpose is to conduct the assessments. So many types of assessments are connected. I'll come to that part also little later in detail. And also it facilitates the discussion forum, which is a collaborative learning environment, and where students doubts of the students can be answered in a near real-time basis in an offline mode. So one is an online mode, live mode. Second one is an offline mode. Synchronous is live, asynchronous is offline. Okay, these are the two important things. So the instructional design approach which is being followed in the Swayam. In Swayam is India's first books platform, where our NPTEL is also part of that. Is being can be used effectively without any difficulty. But what is important is what are the other, like we have been talking about the resources here. Let's see that what type of resources are available over there. Now you can have a look. So resources are very important for online teaching and learning. Okay, online not only teaching and even learning also. So the question the question in this case is, I divide this resources into 3 different levels. I think during this workshop also they will be having a detailed discussion on this particular aspect also. And the first important thing is about the ICT initiatives of Government of India, like we call it as Swayam Prabha, National Digital Library, EPG Pathshala is again one part of it. And second important thing is about the open educational resources, a wonderful area which is already available over there, and we could able to make use of that. And third important thing is the building the competencies of the faculty members to create the new resources. I hope everybody is following me, friends. This is a very important point which I wish to say that. You know, first important thing is, under the ICT initiatives of Government of India like Swayam Prabha and National Digital Library, you can take the good quality material which is available. When we are providing the reading material to the students, we often provide the material in 2 different levels. One, core reference material, that is very important. Second one is a supplementary reading material. So only the core material is not enough many a times. So we need to provide the supplementary reading material. So in this case, this identification of the resources from good quality is very important. And you know, there is no second thought as such, especially in our engineering education. The ICT initiatives of Government of India has provided an excellent opportunities for us to use very good quality resources. Second one is OER. Third one is new content development. So how the video content is being developed? So what is the difference? Well, sometimes we required video tutorials, sometimes we required video lectures. Okay, so how do we focus? There is one we are a team of people working constituted by the MHRD to train the faculty members of across India to whose courses have been approved by the SWAYAM. There are some two IIT Chennai people, two IIT Mumbai, myself. There are 5 to 6 people we have been working on that part for quite some time. There actually we are using a learner-centric environment, a learner-centric MOOC environment. So that is very again. So while creating the content, also these aspects also need to be taken into consideration. If you visit my portal, the learner-centric MOOC environment, the guidelines are also very much given over there, and I request you to kindly go through it. I hope our organizers are also having some idea about the learner-centric MOOC. And if you put at least 1 or 2 sessions, that would be okay already if you did it. Otherwise, I will suggest some names of the people. Can I take a minute here? Some urgent call. So the learner-centric MOOC is again one of the important is that so that they could able to use it. If you really have some sessions with the people, otherwise I'll suggest some good faculty members who have been doing this one. Navdeep, you can contact me if you really required any such particular session, or because that's again a very important component. Learner-centric MOOC is a very good effort by IIT Mumbai has done that one. We have a good team of people. I'll suggest you, not a problem as such. Okay, then again, okay. So we talked about the pedagogical. Sorry, somebody's saying something.
I will get the details of faculty members who will give the.
Okay. Let everyone join. I have to discuss few things with you. Have you people seen the syllabus? Have you people gone through the syllabus?
Is it some other program has crossed as such, Navdeep? It seems. No, somebody is speaking. Some syllabus they are asking.
No, sir. Somebody on their mic. Just
I think we request. Yeah, I think can you mute all of them so that you know. Okay. So so we talked about the pedagogy. So the flipped classroom pedagogy is one of the best method. As far as the instructional design also we talked, and MOOC's instructional design approach, SWAYAM MOOC's instructional design approach also could be one of the important thing which can be practiced. Third one is we also talked about the yes. Also, we talked about the resources also. As I said, that the next important thing is about the teacher, because all these things are there, and but what is important is ultimately it has to be managed by the teacher for the teacher for the students. So when you look at the online teaching ecosystem, which is consisting, which I called it as like a 3 sides of a triangle. 3 sides of a triangle. In one side, there is a hardware component. In second side, there is an enabling learning platforms. The third side is about the role of a humanware component. I said hardware, generally all the standard hardware devices like laptop, desktop, iPod, iPad, and of course your mobile phone. But what is important is if you are only delivering lecture, laptop is mobile phone is okay. But if you are creating something and doing too many things on mobile is not that much suggested as such here. Now coming to the platforms, the learning platform, there are 2 platforms out there. One is a synchronous platform. The other one is an asynchronous platform. Both platforms are required. Understand carefully. Many a times what happened, people are confined to only one platform. No, sir, in the Zoom also I can share the PPT. Sharing a PPT is not completing your lecture. Please try to understand. Because we want to see that you want to conduct the internal assessment. That's what I've been showing in the second part. The synchronous platforms supports the classroom like scenario, like a virtual classroom, and many a times they required the good bandwidth and all. The Zooms and Google Meets and Jitsis, WebExes, GoToMeeting, Microsoft Teams are facilitating this kind of an environment. But there are many things are on the pipeline. But I'm just saying few. The second one is whatever. Then again here actually the pedagogy will work. So giving a simple lecture is not everything. It has to be supplemented with the support. So what is the purpose of that? It supports. So we need to provide some reading material for the student support, self-study mode, so that the learner can access the material anytime and anywhere. And also it supports the learner's pace, space and time. Means every learner's pace is different. Every learner's space is different. Every learner's time is different. Because in our classroom, we have all type of kids are there. Slow learners, average learners, gifted learners, introverts, extroverts, techno-savvy, techno-novices. Language is again a big issue still there. So my point in this case is, in this asynchronous platforms, or we call it as the learning management systems in terms. The examples are Moodle, Google Classroom, Canvas, Edmodo. This kind of softwares are available over there. And what are the other critical factors it does? It supports the collaborative learning and team building tasks. Very important. Okay, and you can conduct the so many assessments can be conducted, so many activities can be conducted. That is where so this is what precisely I've been saying. I use this asynchronous platform called Moodle to provide the details to my students, and after their completion and after they attempt that task-based learning, then only I'll be talking about that. Why this is, what is the advantage of doing this? Because generally when we are teaching this one, we teach basics first. Once the basics are understood, then we'll go for the advanced. When basics and advanced, then we'll go for the application level. But what is more important for me is to provide the environment where the students learn mostly on the application level. That is more important for me. Whether it is the sciences, social sciences, humanities, engineering, medical, what is important to me is the application level of understanding. So whatever the knowledge they learn, how can they able to? So this is where the teachers will help. If the students can able to complete the basic parts clearly, so teacher can spend more time on application, demonstration of the application level, and tomorrow they can work in the labs also in there. Apart from this, of course, as I already mentioned to you, the teacher must have a knowledge about the pedagogy, instructional design, resources, lesson plan, and conducting the assessments. These are all the things are required for the teacher. So when you summarize these activities, so when you look at these activities, these things are very important for me. Good subject expertise, very important, non-negotiable. Course planning and organization, you need to manage. And tomorrow, many times people used to ask me one question, sir, all these things you are telling right now for this pandemic, tomorrow the pandemic has gone, so what is the need of that? So whatever things you have learned, again try to remember what Kalam Sahab has said about the end. Effort never dies. Okay, whatever effort you have put, it never goes on waste, and you know, it's all require. So you all need to think, and it can work into that manner, which is very important for us. And also verbal and non-verbal presentation skills, collaborative teamwork, questioning strategies, involving students. So these are all the things, which other things also which I've shared. Let me talk about the roadmap for this online teaching. A brief roadmap also I wish to share it with you, so that you know, if you want to do it, because again I'll put it in Dr. Navdeep, just confirm to me my screen is visible and my voice is audible.
Sir, quite audible and visible also, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. So there are certain steps are there, friends. There are 6 steps are there. So the step 1 is very important step, which is set up your mind towards the online teaching. Okay. So tomorrow it could be a blended mode of teaching. So online / blended mode of teaching. I am giving you because suddenly some cases things have been opened. So partly offline, because UGC and even AICTE is also thinking something at 60%, 40% kind of a thing. So some component will be online, some component will be offline. So tomorrow, if such kind of situation comes, we should be ready with this one. Very simple. It is. If you planned, if you organized, it is easy. If you have not planned, if you have not organized, it is difficult. That's all. But I can tell you, it is not a rocket science. It is easy, it is difficult, but it is not a rocket science. But what is important is that's what you need to learn. These are all the competencies you need to build. And I must congratulate the organizers of Guru Nanak Dev College of Engineering to start an excellent and wonderful workshop, and so that all these things will be explained to you in detail. So first step is set up your mind towards the online teaching. The second important thing is make broad basic decisions. So there are 5 important basic decisions you have to make. Number 1, the mode of sessions. So it's a complete online mode, synchronous and asynchronous. Tomorrow it's a blended mode. For example, college is opening only 3 days. 3 days is absent. Then you should have this same model. So 3 दिन में कैसे पढ़ाना है, 3 दिन में कैसे पढ़ाना है, फेस टू फेस में कैसे पढ़ाना है, और ऑनलाइन में तो कैसे पढ़ाना है. इन दोनों के लिए एक ही कॉमन है, asynchronous model. So that content आप पहले रखो, and you can create that virtual environment, and you can conduct the assessments, and everything can be done. I must tell you that it is, because when we are, see, the only difference in current online teaching is you just imagine the NPTEL courses with the live lecturing. That's all. So let's have that component there in one side. First component. Second component, your live lecturing, that is possible. Second, but this requires very important things like pedagogy. What pedagogy is going to be adopted? We can say that it is the flipped, as I mentioned to you, that the flipped classroom pedagogy is going to be used, and it's a very important component can be done. The next one is the instructional design. The instructional design method, which is going to be adopted here, as I already mentioned to you, that you can use the Swayam's 4-quadrant instructional design approach can be used. As far as the assessments are concerned, this is very important thing. So you need to take a call, you need to plan as per your lesson plan. Are we going to take the teacher reviewed assessments? Are we going to use the peer reviewed? Are we going to use the auto graded, or sometimes all 3? Okay, then again the level of assessments. Are we going to give only knowledge level? Are we going to give application knowledge plus application level? Or are we going to give knowledge plus application plus critical thinking? Or knowledge plus application plus critical thinking plus analytical thinking? Yes, it is possible. Why I'm trying to say that, because many times we say no, pen and paper is not possible. Fine, no, it's not an issue at all. And you know how the students are writing this out. Questions have been prepared for this IIT, JEE, and the advanced and the main papers. So my point in this case is try to be innovative, try to be creative, try to see what was the prevailing situation. As per the prevailing situation, how can we address that? That is again the need of the hour here. And the fourth important thing is define the role of teachers, define the role of students, entity. Very, very, very important in online teaching learning environment. So what role, like Dr. Navdeep, you must have heard about that. She said, please switch on the camera. We are to take this snapshot of the inaugural function and all this thing. And everybody, I'm very happy that everybody listened to that. Then afterwards they have, because it consumes a lot of bandwidth and other things as such. So at the same time, what role students are going to play? What is the task given to the groups? And what was the contribution individual students has to be? It is a learner-centric and learning-centric environment. What are the other aspects you are being? I think this is where the teacher has to set the tone for the teaching. Of course, we have been doing majority of these things in our conventional classroom, and in online teaching, some external push is required because, and you know, point number 5 is interaction levels and feedback mechanism. There are a lot of doubts, issues, challenges, concerns, preconceived notions. अरे यार ये नहीं चलता है, ये पता नहीं इंजीनियरिंग एजुकेशन को ऐसे करने के लिए कह रहे वो, अरे क्यों नहीं चलता? I fail to understand. My point is, can we go out and mix with our students and this current situation? So what I'm trying to say that do the things to the best of the ability. What is the best way to do that? That is where I've been thinking, because our job is to engage the learners. Our job is to interact the learners. Our job is to teach. Our job is to facilitate. Please try to understand. Okay. And tomorrow the situation eased out, but we have been hearing a positive news by end of January or end of February, the colleges can open fully, students can come. And so all these things are need to be planned. And the next point is step number 3, select the appropriate learning management system and try to understand the system first. Very, very important point. Many times what happened, we used to carried away. अरे यार को लोग कहते हैं Moodle बढ़िया है, कोई कहता है कि Google Classroom बढ़िया है, कोई कहता है कि Edmodo बढ़िया है, कोई कहता है कि Canvas बढ़िया है, कोई कहता है कि Swayam is using the this course builder. We can also install the course builder. It's not the matter of installation of all these things. What you need to do is you need to understand the things clearly and use it accordingly. Then course plan is very important, lesson plan is very important, and of course you need to work on the addressing the issues and challenges and fine tune it accordingly. And if you want to move further into this, this is about briefly about the roadmap for the online teaching. When it comes to the ICT initiatives, you know very well that like many initiatives of Government of India is available, like Swayam Prabha, NDL, EPG Pathshala, NROER, National Repository for Open Educational Resources, IIT Bombay Spoken Tutorial. We have been using it, FOSSEE, Sakshat, virtual labs. And finally come to the education and open educational resource. I'll just take a minute to explain this, because you may be having a specialized session here, because I think I'm having a strong opinion that the material which is being available there in as an open educational resources, we have been not using it properly. Okay, so my request to all of you is kindly make use of this kind of thing, so that this could be used effectively into this process. So this what is the meaning of this open educational resources? The OERs are materials offered freely and openly to use and adapt for teaching, learning, development, research. My question is, who is stopping you to not to use it? Because people want a quick fix kind of. If you want to bring quality in this teaching learning process, especially in engineering education, because I hope here people who are attending are engineering education faculty members and other disciplines also. What is important to me, there's so much to take. Like there are full courses are available, course modules are available, syllabi, lectures, homework assignments, quizzes, lab and classroom activities, pedagogical materials, games, simulations, you name it, it is available. So what is important for me, that one should take the advantage of all these things which is being available over there. Okay, I'm skipping other things because I'm not touching about all these factors here because of the paucity of the time. I'll just come to one small screen. Yes, you may be getting so many resources from ICT initiatives of Government of India. You may be getting resources from OER. You may be getting from the other. You are creating your own. But what is important to me, these 5 aspects. I request all of you kindly look at these 5 aspects before using an existing material, or before using a material which is already available over there in the public domain. So whenever you come across any material which is already available over there, so what need to be done is you should see that what is your immediate reaction to the resource. That's very important. Okay. Secondly, how this resource, what is my lesson plan and where this will fit? Is it provide the input for the basics? Is it for the application? Is it for advanced? Can my students able to understand this one properly? Okay, because we know very well that our students within एक घंटे में अंदर पता चल जाता है बच्चे कैसे. So because everybody's, I can tell you one thing, friends, don't discriminate the kids on the basis of their learning. All are good, all are diamonds. Everybody is a unique. Every kid is unique. Again, I'm telling you, my learner faculty members are unique. They're all so what is important is try to see that the material which is available, in what way it is meeting the requirements. So fourth important thing is, do we really need to create the content? So what advantages for using the resource as opposed to creating your own material? Okay, so what will the students will able to learn? I hope you understand my logic here. So these are all the things one needs to understand quickly. Then only you can take this one to a logical end as such. Okay, so there are then and apart from this, then one needs to have a fair bit of understanding about the online course ecosystem also. This is very important, which is because this is one of the important thing which you need to be takes care of this. And there is again a checklist. Because of the paucity of the time, I'm not touching. It's being available there on my site. Please go through it. And there are some list of softwares and mobile apps. Try to use the simplest of the simple mobile apps. So try to use some mobile apps for the screen recording purpose, some for the video lecturing purpose and all. Apart from that, there are two important competencies. Again, let me come back to the competencies part which I have talked about. There are two important competencies. One important competency is effective utilization of the cloud storage. Okay, so whether it's a Google Drive, OneDrive, Dropbox, you should have a very clarity how we are going to use it. The next important competency is about the Google tool like YouTube. So YouTube is a wonderful video repository where you can search the good quality content. You can filter out the content to the extent possible, and while uploading the content also, there are certain important things which has to be followed, because these are all things which we have been hearing. But when it comes to the implementation, because what happened, technology is a double-edged knife. Okay, so very important thing what you need to understand is so these things should be understand. And when you are looking for the 10 practices to enhance the teaching learning process, this is very important. So there should be an institutional policy, there should be an institutional website, and have an accessible database and institutional wide learning management system. Like Moodle is free, Google Classroom almost free, and there are many other applications which have been working over there, and we can take them and make teaching learning, online teaching learning is integral part of the curriculum. And I think in that way, I'm very thankful to UGC, even AICTE. They are going to say that some part of the curriculum should be in a blended mode. I think I'm very happy if some that can be worked out. Develop modalities for e-assessments. Try to give, even though preparing a knowledge level question is much easier, but preparing an application level question requires a lot of depth in that subject and the practical thing. Promote an online teaching learning environment and support and counsel each other, because many times we don't know what is the right mouse button clicking, and all these things are required. So I think, friends, I can stop it here. If you have any, I don't know, madam, I took the need enough time, or I hope I have not overshooted the time which has given to me. Because what happened, this is such an area so which requires a lot of things need to be deliberated. And I hope during this workshop time, you all will be going to do this one in more systematic manner as such. Thank you very much. I can stop it now. If you have any questions, comments are there, you're free to ask me now.
Any comments and feedback or anything that you want from sir's side, please? Any question and query from participant side? Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
I would like to thanks to our worthy chief guest, Dr. K. Shrinivas, being a part of this program. And thank you so much, sir, for being with us and sharing your views how to build the competence in teaching. That is a very much important aspect in today's in this pandemic time. So I thanks again, sir. I would like to thanks to our worthy principal, Dr. Sahajpal Singh, to encourage us to do this kind of the programs, and also like to thanks to head of the department, Dr. Parampal Singh, to give us the support to this kind of activity. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
And
Dr. It was really nice to listen to you, and it is always we'll be like to have more interactive sessions with you. So thanks
Sure.
from our side. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this
Thank you.
opportunity. All the best, sir. All the best. Thank you. Bye bye.
And I would like to wish good luck to all the participants, and will give our best effort to make it an enriching experience for all of us. Please be there at 11:30. We will having a first session of the first day, that will be delivered by Dr. Safal Batra, Associate Professor. I am Kashipur. Please be there at 11:30.
This conference will now be recorded.
पक्की बात है मैम 20 मिनट है हमें तो आगे पीछे करने में लग जाएंगे इतना टाइम
आगे पीछे नकल मारने में।
नहीं मैम जो स्क्रीन है ना उसकी गुरु की वो
कोई आ ही
बहुत
नहीं रहा
स्लो है
मैम।
मैम उसको एक बार नेक्स्ट कर लिया फिर प्रीवियस करना बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है हम तो उसी में रह जाते हैं
Do I have the rights to share my screen or should I send my PPT to you?
The rights right now.
Thanks.
We welcome you here, sir, for your expert session. Now I would like to introduce first day, first session speaker of this AICTE sponsored faculty development program. We welcome you here, sir. Dr. Batra is a faculty member in the strategic management area, and I am Kashipur since March 2015. He completed his master's from IIM Calcutta, doctorate from IIM Ahmedabad. His dissertation exploring innovation in small businesses was conferred the IFCI Best Thesis Award at IIM Ahmedabad. His current research interests include entrepreneurial personality and cognition, performance of small businesses, and the dark side of entrepreneurship. He is especially interested and engaged in developing tourism and agricultural setups. His research work has been published in International Small Business Journal, Journal of Knowledge Management, Industrial Journal of Management, Journal of Entrepreneurship, among others. He is specifically interested and engaging in tourism and agriculture startups. He has been on the editorial board of New England Journal of Entrepreneurship. His research paper titled The Seeds of Legitimacy, Why Some New Ventures Are More Desirable Than Others, presented at the Southwest Academy of Management, was awarded the McGraw-Hill Distinguished Paper Award in 2017. He was selected for the Global Representative Workshop at the Academy of Management Conference held in Orlando in 2013. He was a visiting fellow at the National Taiwan University of Science and Technology in 2018. Dr. Batra teaches more core courses on entrepreneurship and strategic management in the master's program, as well as PhD seminar courses on entrepreneurship. He has designed and delivered many MDPs on strategic leadership and management for corporates like Bharat Electronics, National Academy of Defense Production, NTPC, FED, etc. He has also been conducted so many open MDPs on strategic management and entrepreneurship through online channels. He is the chairperson of the Foundation for Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development, the Entrepreneurship Incubation Center at IIM Kashipur. The center, run with the assistance of Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana and the Department of Science and Technology, seeks to incubate promising startups of Uttarakhand. He has been a visiting faculty at many institutes like IIM Shillong, IIM Amritsar, and IMT Ghaziabad. We welcome you here, sir, for your expert talk.
Sincere thanks, ma'am, for your kind words and for inviting me to this session. I'll try my best to justify the time allocated to me. Is my voice coming clear, loud and clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Perfectly fine, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Sat Sri Akal. It's always a pleasure to address people from Punjab. I am from Chandigarh myself. So when I saw the opportunity, मैंने सोचा चलो थोड़े और दोस्त बनाते हैं. So that's why I actually accepted this invitation.
Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation.
My pleasure. So the post-COVID times have been difficult for everyone, and academia is no different. काफी कठिनाइयां हो रही हैं पढ़ाने में. I mean, it's very strange. It's very new. We don't know how we are being received by the students. कितना जा रहा है सामने, कितना नहीं जा रहा है, those challenges are equally applicable at every level. And I heard something from the experts from US and tried in my classes. Some of them are working for me, so I thought let me share them with you. uh, I don't know how much of it could be easily translated to engineering, engineering being a more difficult trade to teach than management, being very, very easy to teach. Nonetheless, let's see what all you can take from this session. Before I go any further, I request you all to have a paper and pen with you. Let's do a, so broadly at the end of this 1.5 hour session, I intend to make you reflect or introspect how we could create better student leaders in these challenging times. At the end of the day, both all of us, you, us, or the professors at Harvard Business School or the professor in the smallest college of the smallest town, purpose to ek hi hai na, to develop student leaders. All of us at every level are there to help students learn better, to facilitate their learning. तो उसके लिए we first need to understand the perspective of students. I think this inventory is very beautiful to understand the perspective of students. I request all of you to have a paper and pen. If not, I'll wait for 30 seconds. जाइए और grab a paper and pen. I'll be administering a learning style inventory with all of you. क्यों मैं ये कर रहा हूं मैं आपको बाद में बताऊंगा, बट अभी आप जस्ट डू इट ब्लाइंडली द वे आई एम आस्किंग यू टू डू. There are 15 questions. Mark your answer as A, B, or C depending on whatever applies to you. Don't mark the way you think is the best answer. Don't mark it the way you want to be. Mark it the way you are. जैसे आप करते हैं बिल्कुल वैसे ही मार्क कीजिए. तो आइडियली क्या होता है, द फर्स्ट ऑप्शन दैट कम्स टू योर माइंड इज द बेस्ट ऑप्शन. तो जो सबसे पहली ऑप्शन आ रही है दिमाग में उसको मार्क कर दीजिए. So are you all ready? Do you have a paper and pen with you? Let me see. There's a chat box also, no? Okay. So then I am starting. I'm presuming all of you have grabbed a paper and pen to answer your questions, right? एक जन तो yes बोलिए, कोई एक जन out of the 42 out there say yes you have.
Yes, sir.
ठीक है जी, शुरू करते हैं. Question number 1. Question number 1. When I operate new equipment, I generally read the instructions first, listen to an explanation from someone first, or go ahead and have a go directly. Mark the answer that just comes to your mind, the first thing, right? And roughly 10 seconds are enough for each question. So I am moving on, right? Question number 2. When I need directions for traveling, I usually A, look for map, B, ask for instructions, directions, C, follow my nose. क्या करते हैं आप? Just mark the answer that you do. Don't mark what you think is the best answer. Don't mark what you want to be like. Mark what you are like. ये बहुत important है. आगे बढ़ता हूँ. Question number 3. Okay, friends, I am moving on to question number 4. During my free time, I enjoy going to museums, galleries, movies. B, listening to music and talking to my friends. C, playing a sport. एक ही चूज करना है जो सबसे ज्यादा एप्लीकेबल हो आप पे. Okay, friends, question number 5. When I go for shopping, I tend to imagine how clothes will look on me. B, discuss them with my friends. ये लूं के वो लूं. C, directly try them and test them on me. Question number 6. जब आप हॉलीडे प्लान करते हैं तो इंटरनेट पे सारा दिन बैठ के प्लान करते हैं या दोस्तों से पूछ के ओ भाई कित्थे जावा, या ऑप्शन सी जस्ट कीप ड्रीमिंग कि वहां पे कैसा होगा, वादियां कैसी होंगी, पहाड़ कैसे होंगे. क्वेश्चन नंबर 7. Question number 8. Question number 9.
हरदम.
Question number 10. I feel connected to people because of how they look, what they say to me, how they make me feel. क्या सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है, उनकी लुक्स या वो क्या बोलते हैं या वो कैसा फील कराते हैं. मूविंग टू क्वेश्चन नंबर 11. एज अ टीचर आप ज्यादा मटेरियल दिखा के पढ़ाते हैं, या बी बोलकर बार बार बोलकर समझाते हैं, या सी स्टूडेंट्स को बोलते हैं भाई ट्राई करके देखो और कुछ ना आए तो मुझे बताना. विच ऑफ दीज. I move to question number 12. Watching television, B talking to friends, C doing physical activity. I move on to question number 13. अगर आप अमिताभ बच्चन के बारे में सोचें तो आपके दिमाग में उनका चेहरा आता है, ऑप्शन बी उनकी आवाज आती है, या ऑप्शन सी उनके खड़े होने का स्टाइल आता है. विच वन. I move on to question number 14. जब आपको गुस्सा आता है तो आप कुछ सोचते रहते हैं बार बार आइटरेटिव लूप में, या आप चिल्लाने लगते हैं, या आप दरवाजे तोड़ने लगते हैं? व्हाट डू यू डू? क्वेश्चन नंबर 15. It's so good to see you, it's so good to talk to you, or you keep handshaking them and hugging them. What do you do with an old friend? Friends, are you done with all the 15 questions? All the 15 you have marked?
Yes.
Okay, here's the
Yes, sir.
scoring sheet. Great, great. Here's the scoring sheet. Please total your number of A's, B's, and C's. If your maximum number of options is A's, then you are a visual learner. If your maximum number of options chosen are B, then you are an auditory learner. If you chose C the maximum number of times, 6 or more times C, then you are a kinesthetic learner. Okay, what does that mean? I'll explain that. मैं आपको समझाता हूँ. पहले आप अपने A's, B's, C's count कर लीजिए. Many people have 2 equal scores also. Many people have 6 A's and 6 B's, which means you are visual and auditory. काफी लोगों के 2 dominant learning styles भी होते हैं. Okay, so let me first explain you what is the meaning of all this, and then I'll tell you how to use this as a teacher. पहले मतलब समझाते हैं कि ये विजुअल लर्निंग स्टाइल क्या होता है, ऑडिटरी लर्निंग स्टाइल क्या होता है, और किनेस्थेटिक लर्निंग स्टाइल क्या होता है, and then we will apply it in our own teaching context. Yeah. First of all, let's talk about visual. Visual learning. कोई है क्लास में जिसके ए सबसे ज्यादा आए हो तो वो विजुअल हो? 6 या 6 से ज्यादा ए आए हो?
Sir, 6A, 6C.
6A, 6C. So you are visual and kinesthetic learner. ठीक है. अब आप सुनिए इसका क्या मतलब है. And yeah, then I'll take the questions at the end. So 10 minutes of explanation from my side. Visual learners are those who trust their eyes the most. इनके best friends होती हैं इनकी आंखें. Visual, they believe on their eyes. Okay, they read everything. अब क्लास की बात करते हैं. ये वो बच्चे होते हैं क्लास में जो लास्ट बेंच पे जाके बैठ जाते हैं, बिल्कुल आखिरी बेंच पे, और प्रोफेसर कुछ भी बोलता रहे, इन्हें कोई मतलब नहीं होता है. Just a sec. Please close. Yeah. You can hear me, right? Is my voice coming to you?
Yes, professor.
Okay. These are the visual learners are those who trust their eyes more than anything else. अगर ये क्लास में बैठे होते हैं सबसे पीछे, प्रोफेसर कुछ भी बोलता रहे, ये सुनते नहीं है, ये अपना कुछ पीछे एक छोटी सी किताब खोल के बैठे पढ़ रहे होते हैं. Because they are readers, they trust their eyes. ये क्लास में अपने दोस्तों को बोलते हैं कि भाई तू सुन रहा है ना, प्रोफेसर का नोट्स बना ले, और फिर बाद में ये शाम को उसके नोट्स फोटोस्टैट करके पढ़ते हैं. बिकॉज दे ट्रस्ट देयर आईज मोर देन एनीथिंग एल्स. देयर एसेट्स आर देयर आईज. इफ दीज गाइज हैव टू परचेज अ मोबाइल फोन, अगर इन्हें मोबाइल फोन खरीदना हो तो ये कैसे खरीदते हैं? जो विजुअल लोग होते हैं, जो विजुअल लोग होते हैं, अगर इन्हें मोबाइल फोन खरीदना हो तो ये इंटरनेट पे पढ़ने बैठते हैं रिव्यूज. और अगर 114 पेज के रिव्यूज होते हैं ना पीछे, 5000 रिव्यूज, तो ये वो लोग होते हैं जो 114वें पेज तक जाके रिव्यूज पढ़ते हैं. दे आर विजुअल, दे ट्रस्ट देयर आईज मोर देन एनीथिंग एल्स. अगर इन्होंने वॉशिंग मशीन खरीदी हो और चलानी हो, दे परचेज द वॉशिंग मशीन एट होम, तो इनकी बीवी कहती है कि भाई मुझे कपड़े धोने हैं, अब बताओ कैसे? तो ये कहते हैं ना ना, अभी अभी बिल्कुल नहीं, अभी हुणे खड़ जा. ये अपने साथ वो लेके जाते हैं रीडिंग मैनुअल, वो जो इंस्ट्रक्टर मैनुअल होता है, उसको पूरा पढ़ते हैं एंड दे से कि जब मैं पूरा पढ़ लूंगा तभी मशीन स्टार्ट करूंगा. दैट्स हाउ दे स्टार्ट देयर मशीन्स. वॉशिंग मशीन अगर इन्होंने खरीदी हो, ये कपड़े धोने नहीं देंगे जब तक ये पूरा इंस्ट्रक्टर मैनुअल पढ़ नहीं लेते. दीज आर रीडर्स. और क्लास में भी कई बार ये फर्स्ट आ जाते हैं दूसरे के नोट्स पढ़ के. प्रोफेसर इनसे बहुत नफरत करते हैं. प्रोफेसर्स हेट देम, कहते सुनदा ही नहीं है मुंडा, था कुछ नहीं सुनदा. बट डिस्पाइट दैट ये क्लास में फर्स्ट आ जाते हैं. प्रोफेसर भी शौक ही रहता है कि अरे सुनता तो है नहीं, ये फर्स्ट किमें आ गया. बिकॉज दीज आर विजुअल लर्नर्स, दे लर्न थ्रू देयर आईज. Auditory learners, anyone auditory in the class? Anyone who is auditory जिनके 6+ B's आए हो? Anyone in the class with 6+ B's, 7 B's, 6 B's, 8 B's? है कोई?
Yes, sir, I am.
How many?
7.
7. So you are an auditory learner. Okay, who are auditory learners who trust their ears more than anything else? Class. These are the people who trust their ears. इनके best friends होते हैं इनके कान. You know, these are the people who sit on the first bench and listen to the professor very carefully because they trust their ears. No, so these are the students who say in the class, sir, can you repeat once again? You know, जो भी बच्चे बोलते हैं कि can you please repeat, these are essentially auditory because they listen carefully. Okay. प्रोफेसर्स को लगता है कि यही बच्चे हैं क्लास में जो सुनते हैं या केयरफुल हैं. बट ऑन द अदर हैंड इट्स नॉट कि वो बड़े होशियार हैं, इट्स जस्ट दैट दे आर ऑडिटरी. उनको सुनने की आदत है. तो ये प्रोफेसर्स के बड़े बेस्ट फ्रेंड्स होते हैं ये बच्चे. घर जाके भी अगर इन्हें कोई चीज ना समझ आ रही हो या इन्हें रिवीजन करनी हो तो पहले ही अपने दोस्त को फोन मिलाते हैं. हाँ वीरे, ए मैं पढ़ रहा, तू भी नाल ही आ जा. सो इनको एक बंदा साथ में चाहिए जो बातें करता रहे पढ़ते वक्त. सुन, ए फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन दा यही होएगा ना, एवं ही हुंदा है ना, because they are auditory learners. They trust their ears. They don't trust their eyes. They trust their ears. अगर इन्हें वॉशिंग मशीन खरीदी हो और नई वॉशिंग मशीन चलानी हो तो ये क्या करते हैं? ये सबसे पहले कंपनी के कॉल सेंटर में फोन करते हैं और कहते हैं भैया वो डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन के लिए एक बंदा भेज दीजिए. तो ये तब तक वॉशिंग मशीन ऑन नहीं करते हैं जब तक घर में एक बंदा आके उनको पूरा डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन नहीं देता है. तो ये सब कुछ पूछते हैं कि भैया उस बटन पे दबाने से क्या होता है, भैया इधर दबाने से क्या होता है. ये एक एक चीज भैया से पूछते हैं. दीज आर ऑडिटरी. इनको बात करके ही समझ आता है. और अगर इनकी तसल्ली अभी भी ना हुई हो, यू नो, लेट्स से दे आर नॉट इवन कन्विंस्ड सो फार, तो ये जबरदस्ती चाय रखवा देते हैं कि चाय पी के जानी है तुसी. तो 15 मिनट और मिल जाते हैं फिर इन्हें भैया से सवाल पूछने.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, please. Okay. So if they have to buy a mobile phone, on the contrary, these guys will call all their नया पुराना friends and say भैया यार मैं मोबाइल फोन खरीदना है, केड़ा खरीदना. So these are auditory because they talk. Their best friends are their ears. Okay. Third, kinesthetic learners, you know, whose best friends are their hands. They neither trust their eyes nor their ears. They only trust their hands. These are doers. Anyone in the class with 6 or more C's? 6 or more C's in the class? Anyone? सोंगे सारे?
नहीं सर, ANC
What is
I
your
gave.
score? Huh? What's your score, Rahul ji?
Sir, I gave ANC both 6. I not gave, I got.
So who are kinesthetic learners then? These are the people who trust their hands more than anything else. These are not listeners. These are not readers. These are doers. You know, in the class, they would never be very comfortable. They would be, if you look at them, you will feel their dumb faces कि उन्हें कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है. But as soon as you take them to the laboratory, जैसे ही अब इन्हें लेबोरेटरी में लेके जाते हैं या इंजीनियरिंग लैब में लेके जाते हैं या सर्किट लैब में लेके जाते हैं या मशीन्स लैब में लेके जाते हैं या वर्कशॉप में लेके जाते हैं, these guys are the first ones to be enjoying and pushing everyone aside. तो ये किताबें पढ़ के या कॉन्सेप्ट सुन के नहीं, इनको करके समझ आते हैं। ये सबसे पहले केमिकल्स मिक्स करने लगते हैं या ये सबसे पहले तारें जोड़ के मशीन स्टार्ट करते हैं, बिकॉज दे आर डूअर्स, सो दे एंजॉय इन द लेबोरेटरी। और अगर इनको वॉशिंग मशीन इन्होंने खरीदी और चलानी है तो इनका इंस्ट्रक्टर मैनुअल से दूर दूर तक कोई वास्ता नहीं होता है, ना ही इन्हें किसी को बुलाने की जरूरत पड़ती है कॉल सेंटर में। ये सीधा मशीन ऑन करते हैं और खट 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 दबाने लगते हैं और कहते हैं सुनो कपड़े ले आओ धोने के लिए। वो बीवी कहती रहेगी अभी कोई कपड़े नहीं है, कल धो लेंगे, पर इनको आज ही धोने हैं, बिकॉज दे वांट टू एक्सपेरिमेंट। इनको सारे बटन दबाने हैं आज ही। दे आर kinesthetic people, and if they have to buy a mobile phone, they don't have any time to read on the internet like visual people, and they do not call anyone for suggestions. ये क्या करते हैं मोबाइल फोन खरीदने के लिए? सीधा गाड़ी स्टार्ट करते हैं और दुकान पे जाते हैं और बोलते हैं भैया जरा मोबाइल फोन सारे के सारे दिखा दो। तो ये सारे मोबाइल फोन देखते हैं, खोलते हैं, ऊपर नीचे कर देते हैं पूरी दुकान। These are kinesthetic people. So there are three kind of learning style. One, through reading. These are visual people. These trust their eyes more than anything else. Other are auditory learners who trust their ears more than anything else. And third are kinesthetic learners who trust their hands more than anything else. But most of the times professors think in a certain way. इन्हें लगता है कि हर इंसान एक जैसा है। अगर कोई सुन नहीं रहा है तो बहाने मार रहा है, अगर किसी को पढ़ के समझ नहीं आ रहा तो ये पढ़ना ही नहीं चाहता है। Those are the notions with which most of the professors live, without realizing कि भगवान ने तीन तरह से लर्निंग स्टाइल्स दिए हैं और सबकी लर्निंग नीड्स अलग है, सबके लर्निंग स्टाइल्स अलग हैं, सबको सीखने का तरीका अलग है। तो हर स्टूडेंट को जबरदस्ती सुनाना कि तू सुन नहीं रहा है चल क्लास से निकल जा is partly wrong on the part of professors. If we ourselves have different learning styles and we can't enforce another learning style, how can we expect students to be learning in a consistent manner? If all professors realize that students can safely be put into three categories of visual, auditory, and kinesthetic, and shouting them for certain behaviors in class and always loving the auditory people just because they participate in class is a little unfair to other kind of learners. ये खुद हम चूज नहीं करते हैं हमारी लर्निंग स्टाइल कैसी होगी, या हम उसे चेंज नहीं करते हैं ओवर टाइम, ये जस्ट हम रियलाइज करते हैं कि हमारी लर्निंग ऐसी होती है. सो एज अ प्रोफेसर, even for oneself as a person and especially more so as a professor, as a lecturer, as a nation builder, it's important for academics to understand कि भाई तीन अलग अलग तरीके हो सकते हैं सीखने के, तीनों में कोई सही गलत तरीका नहीं है, just these are different and unique styles, and as professors it is our utmost responsibility to ensure that we provide adequate support to all three kind of learners. ऑडिटरी बहुत इजी होता है, क्लास में गए बक बक करी, क्लास खत्म होगी, 45 मिनट हो गए, चलो बाहर. That's auditory. We have to do it, and some usually research suggests, on large samples that we typically have 33% visual, 33% auditory, 33% kinesthetic learners in the world. On larger samples, usually God has distributed most things equally. So auditory learners, we have to tell them that if you were absent in the class, there should be a way for them to listen to you again. These recordings come handy for them. For auditory learners, we should help them find the right links on YouTube to learn. तो जो सुनने से जिनको समझ आता है और जो सबसे आसान है, तो उनके लिए हमें खुद YouTube पे अच्छे अच्छे वीडियोस ढूंढ के उनको सेंड करने होंगे कि भाई तू पढ़ नहीं सकता, कोई गल नहीं, ए 4-6 वीडियोस जरूर देख ले. That's how his learning or her learning will enhance tremendously. Talking about visual students, because they are not auditory, they don't trust their ears, ये नहीं सुन पाते हैं. अगर प्रोफेसर बोल भी रहा हो कुछ तो इन्हें सुनते सुनते ही नींद आ जाती है, because that's not their style. As a good professor, we have to ensure that we provide sufficient reading material to the students, the right reading material कि भाई तू सुनना नहीं कोई गल नहीं तू ये पढ़ ले तेरा काम हो जाएगा. That's another approach to making them learn. We have to provide them appropriate reading materials. We have to provide them the links of the right books, not necessarily all the time those foreign authored books which we are so obsessed with, but essentially not making any sense to the students. There are more and better ways of learning through reading, and at times it becomes our responsibility to make notes, especially in these difficult times. It is our responsibility to make effective notes at least once and then circulate them year after year. Engineering में तो ये अच्छी बात भी है ना कि concepts तो change नहीं होते. तो कैसे दो केमिकल्स मिक्स होके तीसरा केमिकल बनाते हैं, या कैसे दो सर्किट मिलके करंट पास करते हैं, और whatever things like that, or all the Faraday's laws, they remain important all the time. 20 years ago they were relevant, 20 years after they will be relevant. So it's not that you have to make notes all the time. Even doing that effort once is enough, but you have to ensure that the right reading material reaches the students. So if they are not auditory, they can read and learn. In post-COVID times, I think kinesthetic learners are facing the biggest challenge. जो पढ़ने सुनने वाले बच्चे नहीं है, करने वाले बच्चे हैं. Those who used to enjoy the labs a lot, those who actually learn by doing, they are having the most difficult times. But as professors, we have to devise ways. Nothing is important. I don't teach engineering. I can't immediately tell you in a spur of a moment कि कैसे आप उनकी learning enhance कर सकते हैं, but by brainstorming and first appreciating कि भाई ये भी कुछ बच्चे हैं जिनको पढ़ के नहीं समझ आता और सुन के नहीं समझ आता, इनसे कुछ तो कराना पड़ेगा. So how do you do that in post-COVID times? That once again is your responsibility. Give them assignments, ask them to with all safety precautions visit the nearest workshop and go and see how things happen there. Try to if you identify some students who are strongly kinesthetic, कुछ बच्चे ऐसे भी होते हैं और बहुत होते हैं जिनका स्कोर 10 से भी ज्यादा आता है, 15 में से 11 11 12 12 स्कोर आता है किनेस्थेटिक में. ना पढ़ने से ना सुनने से उनका कोई वास्ता नहीं है, बट करने में वो उनसे ऊपर कोई है ही नहीं. तो जो 12 स्कोर वाला है उसको आपको कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा. यू हैव टू डू समथिंग टू एंश्योर देयर लर्निंग इज नॉट सफरिंग इन दीज टाइम्स. If you were to choose 10 to 20% students to come in class physically, मान लीजिए regulations change होते हैं और आपको स्टूडेंट्स को अलाउ करना है आके करने का, तो आई वुड हैव चोजन दोज लर्नर्स हु आर किनेस्थेटिक. उनका कॉलेज में लैब में आना सबसे जरूरी है. ऑडिटरी ने तो सुनना ही है ना, वो यूट्यूब पे भी सुन लेगा, वो आपको घर बैठा भी सुन लेगा गो टू मीट पे. और विजुअल ने तो पढ़ना ही है. अगर आपने उसके पास सही नोट्स पहुंचा दिए तो वो कहीं भी बैठ के पढ़ लेगा. बट किनेस्थेटिक नीड्स अ लैब टू डू थिंग. And so rather than randomly calling people ki roll number 1 5 7 को बुला लो, you will have to call the kinesthetic learners in the lab. That's sort of an idea which I wanted to share with all of you, that treating all students equal is misguided, is unfair. Pretty much like all of us, our students are different, and we can only become good teachers if we first understand their learning styles, their learning needs, and provide materials accordingly. Yeah. Does that make sense? Any questions, any comments? Anyone who disagrees with me? We agree to disagree here. Don't blindly take what I'm speaking. These are my experiences. Your experiences may be very different. Anything you want to share? Any thoughts you have?
Professor, I said like on A and C both got the 6 points. So it means there are overlapping of the style of learning amongst the students?
I can't hear
Your
anything,
voice is.
Rahul ji. फिर से बोलिए.
I said, as I said that A and 6 both got 6 points. So there must be an overlapping of learning style among the students.
Dominant. So two dominant learning styles usually are there. Usually there are two dominant learning styles at times. कई लोगों का बहुत ही single dominant होता है. जैसे 10 का score आ गया अगर kinesthetic में, that means they are hardcore doers. But if you have 6 and 6 or 6 and 7 or 7 and 7, it tells you that you have two dominant learning styles. So focusing on both of them helps you a lot. And you can relax the third one partly. So if you are visual, you would rather invest your money in purchasing the nice books. If you are auditory, you would rather spend your money on purchasing good videos or good workshop material, good spoken material, be on YouTube. And if you are kinesthetic, you are better off joining a workshop, joining an internship. कहीं पर भी, किसी भी छोटी सी फैक्ट्री में भी, छोटे से बिजनेस में भी, अगर आपने इंटर्नशिप कर ली और आपको पैसे नहीं भी मिलते, फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट ही आप इंटर्नशिप कर रहे हैं, तो आपकी लर्निंग ट्रमेंडस होगी. दैट इज योर the money that you derive, actually all the learning that you do without having to spend money. You learn by doing. Yeah.
Thank you.
So two dominant styles can definitely be there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Where are you, Rahul ji? Which city, which college?
Yeah, Noida, Amity Business School, Amity University.
Amity University, yeah, Noida. Okay, great, cool. Any other thoughts? Any other एक और point? No, आप तो खुद ही नहीं कुछ बोलते हैं. आप बच्चों को क्या बोलेंगे? डांट. आप बच्चों को कैसे डांट सकते हैं? आप खुद ही नहीं बोलते कुछ. One more comment I want to hear before I move on. ਇੱਕ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਸੁਣਨਾ ਹੈ. बैठा मैं भी एवं ही. Okay. Usually in my classes we have to literally have to shut them up most of the time. चुप कराना पड़ता है कि बस करो, मुझे आगे बढ़ना है. There's usually lot of fight to talk, but here are some very cool and calm people. ऐसे कैसे पढ़ा?
Yes, sir, of the record. Hello. We received the same joke on WhatsApp also. Like in the normal class, the professor is saying, "Please shut up," and in the virtual class, "Please speak."
Professor? Yeah. That's true. But एक दो जन देखकर ही मैं आगे बढ़ूंगा.
Nice learning from you. Like generally, we think that all these students in the class, we must teach them the same process. But after listening to this, one should always take care of all three types of students. Very good.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, these are the things which most engineering college professors ignore at times. You know, that's the research that I thought will help you. But I want to hear one more person other than you, Rahul ji. पढ़ने वाला नहीं हूं मैं आगे. जे ए पंजाबी है तो मैं भी पंजाबी हाँ. एक को सुनकर ही आगे जाऊंगा. Okay, fine, friends. Then see you again sometime in life. I am now logging off because I don't see any interest in anyone. और आगे पढ़ाना तो बहुत ही मुश्किल है. You take care and have a great life. Here is my email ID and my phone number. You can note down in case anytime you have any inputs, any ideas, any thoughts. You know, you can always WhatsApp me. That's my number, 8171263163. Navjot madam, without anyone speaking, how can I teach? It can't be a monologue. बिल्कुल non-stop तो पढ़ाना impossible है. I understand that.
But I convey this message in our WhatsApp group. Please be there. Please share your views. But nobody responding, sir.
ये छुट्टी के दिन है उनके. These are holidays. Yeah, that's
I
okay.
already had a word with the principals where they get the leave for this program. मेरे ख्याल सब online करके भाग जाते हैं.
Yeah, possible. It is possible. So, but you know, I hope you would understand कि आगे जो उसके बाद है वो मेरा पूरा discussion based है, इसलिए मेरे लिए monologue बोलना बड़ा मुश्किल होगा if no one is participating.
Sir, one of the participants say it was good to hear you, sir.
I don't want feedback. मैं ये नहीं चाहता कि कोई बोले कि it is good or bad. Really, I just want to see people कि कोई है भी कि नहीं है और कोई सुन भी रहा है कि मैं बस सिर्फ राहुल गुप्ता जी को तो फिर मैं फोन करके पढ़ा दूंगा. Yeah.
Yes, sir, we are here. We are listening to you.
We are here. We are listening.
Why are you not participating then? कुछ बताइए. Tell me, where are you from? Just two of you. Where are you from? Gaurav ji.
Sir, I am from Ludhiana.
Ludhiana. Which stream do you teach?
Sir, civil.
Civil engineering. Okay. Great. Fine. I'll just complete what things I had in mind. I'll just complete. Here are some of the some more thoughts that I thought help teachers a lot towards helping students become better leaders. You know, some of the thoughts that I want to share with you, if you are aware as teachers about, you know, some basic psychology or some basic you know, thought process in the student psychology, probably you can you know, help them become better leaders. So here's my first question. Here's my first thought. You decide that you want to get in shape or you want to learn to you know, a new language, or you want to play guitar. कोई एक नई चीज जब आप सीखने निकलते हैं in life, you want to get in shape, you want to learn to play guitar, you want to learn a new language, you are always very excited when you start. You know, typically अगर यही ख्याल मन में आता है, you know, this thought comes to your mind that you want to lose weight and you then start finding a good gym, a class gym, a nice gym. और फिर you know what do you do? What are some of the things you do? How do you begin that journey? You first go to a mall. सबसे पहले आप मॉल जाते हैं and you purchase स्पोर्ट शूज, सबसे बढ़िया पूमा के या फिर एडिडास के, you know, very very comfortable sport shoes and track suit and all. Then you go to the gym and you know, try to find the best gym and you pay 3 months का एडवांस फी कि चलो 3,000 रुपए 5,000 रुपए जमा करा देता हूँ, अब तो जिम रोज आना ही है. Then you actually start going to the gym. First day you are super excited. It's like the best decision you have taken in life. You you know, actually do rigorous exercise for 1.5 hours. Okay, आप कार्डियो भी करते हैं, साइकिलिंग भी करते हैं, वेट्स भी उठाते हैं, 1-2 मशीनें भी सीखते हैं. You are super happy because whenever you do gym you actually feel happy. There are some hormones that are released that make you really happy. तो आप सोचते हो यार ये चीज मैंने पहले क्यों नहीं करी, दिस इज सो गुड, इट फील्स सो गुड, व्हाई डिड आई इवन नॉट स्टार्टेड अर्लियर. नेक्स्ट डे you come with the same enthusiasm and third day also you come with the same enthusiasm, but fourth day a friend calls you, सुन यार आज पार्टी है, आज तू पार्टी ते आजा, छड़ केड़े चक्करां च पै गया, you know, and you say कि यार चलो 3 दिन हो गए मैं लगातार जिम कर रहा हूँ, maybe I can take a break for 1 day. And then you know, take a break for 1 day and that's where your breaks start. And the next day there's so much work in the college and you have to stay aboard for longer to prepare for the examinations which are going to come and stuff like that. And then reality starts to hit in, you know, then you push yourself to go for 1 more day, but within 1 month all your excitement which was at the top, you know, starts to fizzle down. वो बिल्कुल कम हो जाती है 1 महीने में ही. और फिर बीवी बोलती है पैसे क्यों खराब करते हो अगर जाना ही नहीं होता है, हर बार ऐसे ही करते हो एंड स्टफ लाइक दैट, है ना. ऐसा किसी के साथ हुआ है कभी, या ऐसा सिर्फ मेरे ही साथ होता है? डज इट हैपन विद अदर्स आल्सो? हैज इट हैपेंड विद समवन?
No, sir.
So, you know, my question to the class then is ki, what is that which keeps some people going while most fail in developing a new habit or a new change in life? You know, if you go and see the gym, there are those 5 people, you know, who always come, भले ही धूप हो रही हो, भले ही बारिश हो रही हो, भले ही कुछ भी हो रहा हो, they are always there in the gym. उनके घर में गेस्ट भी आए हो वो तब भी जिम के लिए टाइम निकाल लेते हैं, उनके ऑफिस में बहुत सारा ओवरवर्क भी हो वो तब भी जिम के लिए टाइम निकाल लेते हैं. Whereas 95% people fail, you know, they fail to do what they had in mind. So my question to the class is, what keeps some people going while others fail miserably? कुछ बहुत ही थोड़े से लोग होते हैं जो किसी भी एक चीज को लाइफ में पुश कर पाते हैं, बाकी सब फेल हो जाते हैं. 95% people fail to bring about a change in their life. How do some people keep going? That's a question. Can anyone answer? Does anyone have anything in mind कि क्यों कुछ लोग एक चीज को कर पाते हैं बाकी सब फेल हो जाते हैं?
Sir, I think this is Richa Agarwal here, sir. So I think it is a commitment as well as somewhere the willingness.
That's the
And
question.
one is
That's
you
the
are
question,
being,
madam. वो willingness कहाँ से आती है? Why are they willing? यही question है.
they feel probably that it is really important for their life, health, well-being, because frankly, I am amongst those 95%. So I'm trying to understand myself.
Yeah, most of us are. I am also in those.
Unfortunately.
Sir, may I?
Please,
Yeah.
please, please. क्यों कुछ लोग कर पाते हैं, बाकी सब फेल हो जाते हैं. Please go ahead.
Sir, because I think, hi, I'm Sandeep Singh, sir. Actually, what they think is they choose their goal appropriately.
Okay,
Choice
okay.
is made not on the base of what others are saying, but how they feel.
They choose their goal, is it?
Yes, sir. They choose themselves. That is not a choice made for them by others. कि तू मोटा हो गया ही ते वेख तेनु जिम जाना चाहिए. It's not like this.
Okay,
Hello.
okay. Yeah. Got it. Where are you,
Yes, sir.
Sandeep ji? Which college? With Ludhiana?
No, sir. I'm not in Ludhiana. Actually, I'm with Shulini University.
Okay. Yeah. Please go ahead. Solan. Okay. Solan. Yeah. Great. Someone else was also speaking. Yeah. You know, all these years of research. So, Dr. Navdeep, does my voice also break at times या उधर से ही break होती है? मेरी voice ठीक से आ रही है कि वो break होती है बीच-बीच में?
आ रही है सर, ठीक से आ रही है आवाज.
Done. Thank you so much. So, you know, all these years of research and having seen what pushes some people in one direction, you know, the direction, everyone chooses their direction. There are certain things which all of us are good at doing, while we are not good at doing other things. You know, what keeps you going in anything you want to do? If there is one change you want to bring about in life, how will you bring that? You know, if there is one thing, just one thing that you want to इंट्रोड्यूस इन योर क्लासरूम, एक चीज है जो आप बच्चों को बहुत फोर्सफुली बताना चाहते हैं और उसमें आप अपने एक्सपर्ट बनना चाहते हैं, तो वो आप कैसे करेंगे? पहले आपको वो खुद में इनकलकेट करना पड़ेगा. सो हाउ विल यू डू दैट? व्हाट कीप्स पीपल गोइंग? द राइट आंसर इज deliberate practice. DP is the answer, which we also call sometimes disciplined approach, which also in very basic terms is called willpower. You know, typically I call it deliberate practice. किसी को भी जिम करने में मजा नहीं आता है when they start, and I am completely sure of what I am saying. जिम करना कोई मजेदार चीज किसी के लिए भी नहीं हो सकती है when they begin. It's quite a painful, it's quite a boring, it's quite a effort taking, and the same time could be spent somewhere else enjoying a lot. लेकिन फिर भी कुछ लोग क्यों कर पाते हैं? क्योंकि वो डेलिब्रेट प्रैक्टिस करते हैं. With their willpower, they force them to do it for a certain period of time. They force them to do it for a certain period of time. They actually publicly announce and they shout from the top of the mountain कि भाई मैं ये जिम करने जा रहा हूँ. 6 से 8 अगर मैं जिम करता हूँ तो मैं फोन अपना स्विच ऑफ कर दूंगा. डोंट इवन कॉल मी. अगर पार्टी भी करनी है तो 8 बजे के बाद करनी है. And in their office also they will announce that 6 to 8 I am not available. If there is any work, I'll come back and do it after my dinner, but not in this time. That's a deliberate practice. What does it mean? Deliberate practice means redesigning your lives, building new habits, pushing yourself out of comfort zone, and maintaining your focus. It just means doing one thing and committing yourself to that one thing so strongly that, you know, for at least a certain period of time, that you know, it becomes insulting for you to leave it. उतना ढिंडोरा पीट के कोई काम करना चाहिए that you are not gonna leave it before this much time. How much time is that? There is no complete consensus on the time. Some people say ki it's 28 days, some people say something. I typically believe it's 4 to 6 months. मेरा अपना experience कहता है लाइफ में कोई भी एक चीज आपको करनी है, कोई भी एक चेंज लेके आना है अपने कॉलेज में, अपने डिपार्टमेंट में, अपनी सोसाइटी में, अपने अंदर, you will have to practice that change for at least 4 to 6 months religiously, and in those 4 to 6 months you will have to release all other priorities. आप ये नहीं कह सकते कि मेरी 4 priorities हैं और उनमें से एक ये बड़ा change है, because then it is impossible to find time for all the 4 priorities. Absolutely impossible. It has to be one, and you have to practice it for 6 months. And that takes me to second question, which is very strongly connected to the first question. You know, then what happens after those 6 months? आप 6 महीने पागलों की तरह जिम करते रहे, या आपने जो भी चेंज लेके आना था, लेट से आपको गिटार सीखनी थी, लेट से आपको एक नई लैंग्वेज सीखनी थी, लेट से आपको योगा करनी थी, लेट से आपको गार्डनिंग करनी थी, कि आपको सब अपनी ऑर्गेनिक सब्जियां खुद उगानी है, which are never easy to do, which is something I am trying, and again not easy at all. So 6 महीने अगर आप डेलिब्रेट प्रैक्टिस कर लेते हैं कि चलो सफल ने बोला है कि 6 महीने आंखें बंद करके करना है विदाउट एनी क्वेश्चंस, तो देन व्हाट हैपेंस? वो 6 महीने के बाद ऐसा क्या हो जाता है कि यू स्टार्ट लविंग व्हाट यू आर डूइंग, और समथिंग हैपेंस व्हिच बिकम्स अ सोर्स ऑफ मोटिवेशन फॉरएवर. वो क्या होता है मुझे बताइए. जस्ट थिंक अबाउट इट एंड जस्ट से एनीथिंग, कि अगर आपने डेलिब्रेट प्रैक्टिस या विल पावर से वो जो थ्रेशहोल्ड वाला टाइम था वो क्रॉस कर दिया, those are the 6 months which are super difficult, then what happens?
Sense of achievement that drives you further now?
Absolutely fantastic, madam. आप कहाँ पे हैं? Which city, which college are you in, Professor
Sir,
Agarwal?
I'm from Surat, Gujarat.
Surat, wow. Okay, that's
Yeah.
quite far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Surat. I did my PhD from IIM Ahmedabad, so I was in Gujarat
Okay.
for like 5 years, quite close to you then.
Okay,
2000.
yeah. Yes, yes, yes. It's very close.
And I am a very big fan of khakras.
Oh wow. No, I'm not a Gujarati, but yes, it is famous over here.
What is that biggest source of motivation? That biggest source of motivation is partial result. मतलब
Yes.
दुनिया में कोई सोर्स ऑफ मोटिवेशन नहीं होता है. हम सोचते हैं कोई विलिंगनेस होती है, हम सोचते हैं किसी को भगवान नहीं ऐसे बना के भेजा है, और we give multiple arguments as to why certain people succeed, why others fail. But this is the only recipe of success. If you want to do something, you have to deliberately practice for a long period of time, that's around 6 months, and then you have to release all other priorities. ठीक है. अगर आपने सोच लिया ना कि अगले 6 महीने में मैंने अपनी टीचिंग इंप्रूव करनी है, दैट्स मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर मी, that every single day I am gonna invest in improving my teaching or becoming a better teacher, then definitely you will have to release all other priorities. मतलब घर में बच्चे तो चलो फिर भी देखने ही देखने हैं, पर्सनल लाइफ में जो लाइवलीहुड के काम है वो तो करना ही है, बट इन योर प्रायोरिटी लिस्ट देन यू विल हैव टू रिलैक्स रिसर्च फॉर 6 मंथ्स. ठीक है यार, 6 महीने रिसर्च को छोड़ देते हैं, वी विल कैच अप विद इट मे बी आफ्टर 6 मंथ्स, हम या फिर कुछ और छोड़ देते हैं, बट सिंगल फोकस्ड हाईएस्ट प्रायोरिटी वन थिंग यू डू फॉर 6 मंथ्स, and after those 6 months now you start seeing partial results, and that becomes your biggest source of motivation. So if you are learning how to be a better teacher and really emphasizing it and working hard on it, believe you me, 6 महीने बाद आपको कोई ना कोई स्टूडेंट आके कहेगा कि सर मजा आ गया आपकी क्लास में, and that will be the source of your biggest motivation. और अगर आप जिम में 6 महीने पागलों की तरह पसीना बहा रहे हैं because you were committed to spend 6 months, आपको मजा आए या ना आए, आपने 6 महीने लगाने का वादा किया था, तो someone comes and tell you कि भाई वाह तेरी तो बॉडी बननी शुरू हो गई है, या यार तूने बहुत वेट कम कर दिया. Those results are your biggest source of motivation, and that's when you actually start loving what you are doing, start enjoying what you are doing, and that's when you know it becomes a habit, and that's where it becomes a part of your life and it becomes difficult for you to leave it, you know. And therefore कैसे है ये पूरी स्टोरी, कोई भी चेंज आपको क्लासरूम के अंदर लेके आना है या स्टूडेंट्स के अंदर भी देखना है, You have to focus on one thing, you have to choose one thing. You can't be starting with 3 things, and then you have to do deliberate practice for 6 months. Be it as a teacher or be it as a student, formula is the same. 6 महीने आपको देने हैं. Typically, I believe 6 months is a fairly good commitment to make. But as a teacher, अगर या as an individual या as a human being, अगर हमें कोई एक चीज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट लग रही है, मिसिंग लग रही है हमारी लाइफ में, then December 2020 is the month actually. December is the time to actually think. You still have 21 days to think कि कौन सी एक चीज है जो आप फोकस करेंगे 2021 में, and probably it should be as important to guide your next one decade. Ideally 2021 से 2030 में ऐसी कौन सी चीज है 10 years commitment के साथ जो आप करना चाहेंगे for the coming decade. This is the time to think about it, and this is the time to actually be talking about it to your students as well. That's what I did in one of my classes. सब कुछ छोड़ छाड़ के कि this is the time to give direction to your life. ठीक है, आपको टेक्नोलॉजी पढ़ानी है, Faraday's laws पढ़ाने हैं, अच्छी बात है, but you know, once in a while it's so important to help them become better leaders and better individuals and better human beings. And these are the discussions which you have to do with your students, you know, at times, and tell them that 2021 commit themselves to that one thing, and if they deliberately do that one thing, 6 महीने भी नहीं, 1 साल का time लीजिए, then you don't start falling in love with it. It's impossible. You don't see that change, it is absolutely impossible. But 20 days, 40 days, 60 days, 80 days, 100 days is too short a time to be imagining something becoming a source of motivation. Yeah, so partial results which come from deliberate practice, and there cannot be a better time than December 2020 to think about one change that you want to bring in your life for the next 10 years, you know. तो अगर आप ऐसा कुछ करते हैं तो it would be awesome. What is the most important leadership competency according to Harvard Business School? Harvard Business School ने बहुत सब लोगों के साथ, बड़े बड़े leaders के साथ भी सर्वे करा, and they wanted to find out what is the most important leadership competency. What is that one thing which we should inculcate in students as leaders, as teachers, so they become the better future leaders of the world. ऐसी एक दो कौन सी skills हैं, क्या आप बोलेंगे, जो भी आपके दिमाग में आ रही हो, anything that comes to your mind, what is that most important leadership competency according to you, you know, which can be inculcated in students? कौन सी है, एक या दो या तीन ऐसी कौन सी leadership skills हैं, you know, which can be inculcated as teachers, जो हम बहुत ही ज्यादा important है students के अंदर डालना?
Sir, communicate with the other students as well as the faculty also.
What?
The basic communication skills.
Communication skills. Okay, brilliant. Communication skills. Okay, what else? बाकियों को क्या लगता है कौन सी लीडरशिप कॉम्पिटेंसीज हैं जो अगर स्टूडेंट्स के अंदर आप इनकलकेट कर देते हैं, they will become better leaders? And believe you me, all the engineering teachers, you may disagree with me.
Initiators.
Initiation. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Others, what do you think? दो चार लोग और, what do you think? You know what, you are engineering college professors and teachers, you may not like it when I say this, but technical skills are easier to impart, you know. They have their own technical quotients, and they have the necessary skills to you know, go through books and go through YouTube, go through other materials available these days, extensive material, extensively new teaching pedagogies have arrived for students to learn technical concepts. They are the easier part, they are not the most difficult parts. But Harvard Business School found that the most difficult or most important leadership competency, which teachers need to impart in their students for them to become better future leaders, is actually high ethical and moral standards. But how many times do we even talk about this in an engineering class? I doubt. पूरे 4 साल बच्चे निकल जाते हैं, क्या एक बार भी इस पे चर्चा होती है? I don't know. As part of humanities, maybe in first term or something, as a very passing note, but this has to be a very integrated inbuilt part of a leadership competency development module for students. As on passing note, there are so many times when students are not really interested to listen Faraday's laws or electromagnetic wave theory, or for that matter thermodynamic theories. Once in 10 days, once in 15 days, do any of you actually say कि ठीक है आज टेक्निकल नहीं पढ़ना है, आज let's talk something non-technical, let's talk something important in life, let's talk something that matters. How many of you as teachers have ever initiated a debate on ethics and moral standards with the students? I'm not questioning you, but I am urging you, I am requesting you to do that more often. These are the discussions which when done early on in an engineering college. ऐसा तो है नहीं कि आपके सारे बच्चे हमारे पास पढ़ने आएंगे, not necessarily. 90% of them may not choose to do a further degree. They will be happy with an engineer degree, and they will basis their technical skills, move on in leadership careers over the years. But then who talked about ethics to them? No one. And therefore I think कि अगर वो बच्चे हमारे पास आए नहीं भी स्कूल में और वो टेक्निकल में एक्सपर्ट थे और लीडरशिप की तरफ ऊपर बढ़ रहे हैं, तो किसी को तो इस बात की चर्चा करनी चाहिए थी. And you are the best positioned people to be talking about ethics and moral standards with the students. How important are they? It is unimaginably, unarguably the most important thing. And in India, we barely care about them, we barely talk about them, but we know when an Infosys becomes an Infosys, it's not just because of the technical skills, but because of the high ethical standards that an organization follows. तो वो यहाँ से लेके वहां तक का रास्ता तय करते हैं. So it's so important to be talking about, integrating ethics and moral value coaching in the module of engineering. There could be times when shortcut seems so much more easier. बहुत ही आसान लगता है कि shortcut से काम करा लेना, बहुत ही easy लगता है. But then those shortcut becomes a way of life, and then building large conglomerates or building larger teams, larger successful organizations becomes a true challenge for such people, despite all their best technical skills. What is the second most important leadership competency, as rightly identified by you? Communication skills. Undoubtedly, if there is something else which is so important, that's the communication skills, the ability to communicate things properly. So at number 2, definitely technical skills हमेशा ही नीचे आती हैं, and those are the skills which are so much more easy to acquire, so much more easy to acquire over your career through hands-on. But these are the skills which need polishing. These are the skills which need the help of mentors like yourselves. Once again, सारे students आपके हमारे पास नहीं आने वाले हैं. 90% will directly go to the corporate world. Are they equipped for communication skills? I don't know, I'm not sure. You have to put those efforts. And probably, please don't hate me for saying this. Please, I'm not saying anything wrong to you, but I think some of you may yourself need those improvements. अगर इतना pursue करने के बाद भी आप आगे आके कुछ नहीं बोल रहे हैं, then I am also worried about you. There may be possibility that some of you are have just logged in and went somewhere in the kitchen and enjoying. That's perfectly okay, that's good. But some of you are sitting here but not speaking. That is worrisome. जो आप बैठे हैं सुन रहे हैं लेकिन बिल्कुल मुंह नहीं खोल रहे हैं, this is worrisome. You have to then improve yourself before you improve your students. And how will you do that? You know, set it as a target for yourself for the next year, 2020 ke decade mein. You know, try to become good teachers, and that's all your technical skills and Faraday's laws are not enough. The times are moving, and we have to make technical teaching more hands-on, more practical, more relevant, and couple it with other things such as the most important leadership traits such as communication skills. अगर बच्चे आज बोर हो रहे हैं और नहीं सुनना चाह रहे हैं, तो why can't we initiate a debate so as to improve their communication skills and ours in turn? हम भी तो बच्चों से बहुत सीखते हैं. And these are some of the things, if you keep in mind, probably can make you much better teachers. I have a final question number 5 for all of you, a last one. So what is desired from a good teacher or a good leader or a good student? What is desired? एक अच्छा टीचर को कैसे क्या एक अच्छे लीडर से क्या दुनिया एक्सपेक्ट करती है, द होल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. जैसे आप, यू आर टीचर्स इन अ कॉलेज एंड यू हैव अ डायरेक्टर, what would you expect from your director? Similarly, you are the key leader in the classroom. What would students expect from you in the classroom? Similarly, in an organization, there will be so many employees and there would be a leader. What would employees expect from that leader? And this discussion is as much relevant to organizations as to a classroom. You know, good teacher ko bhi wahi karna chahiye. A, provide clear goals with clear directions. B, provide clear goals with loose directions. C, provide loose goals with clear directions. D, provide loose goals with loose directions. क्या सही जवाब है इसका? What do you guys think? You know, what is your thought on the same? What I'm gonna do is really think about it. 2 मिनट तक आप सिर्फ अभी भी हमारे पास टाइम है और ये लास्ट ही पॉइंट है, तो प्लीज आप सिर्फ और सिर्फ 2 मिनट के लिए इस पे विचार कीजिए. एंड आई कम बैक टू यू इन एग्जैक्टली 2 मिनट्स एंड आस्क यू कि एक अच्छा टीचर कौन है जो गोल सेटिंग भी क्लियर करता है और डायरेक्शंस भी क्लियर देता है, या ऑप्शन बी या ऑप्शन सी या ऑप्शन डी? टेक 2 मिनट्स, थिंक अबाउट इट, एंड देन आई कम बैक टू यू. Yes, please. Could you think about it? कुछ आपके दिमाग में कोई idea आया? Anything that crossed your mind that as a good leader, आपकी अपने डायरेक्टर साहब से क्या अपेक्षा होती है, या आपके प्रिंसिपल साहब से, या एचओडी साहब से, कि क्या करें? और सिमिलरली एक क्लासरूम में स्टूडेंट्स की आपसे क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन रहती होगी? These are important thought, philosophical pointers which help us become better people. Anyone has any thoughts, or should I directly go ahead and speak? Anyone could think of an answer? What could be the right answer?
I have chosen B answer, sir.
Why?
I think that we can be very focused on our goal, but we give lose the direction toward our students. They can choose any direction, but the goal should be the same.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you, madam. आपने तो अब ऑर्गेनाइज किया, तो 15 दिन आपको तो जवाब देने ही देने हैं. आप तो फंस चुकी हैं. Yeah. Anyone else? Anyone more? Okay, I'll go ahead and tell you. Indeed, absolutely the right answer is B, Bombay. Provide clear goals with loose directions is absolutely the right approach if you are chasing to become a good director or a good HOD or a good teacher or a good leader. ये management literature में this is the most proven methodology. If you provide clear goals to students, for example, I will explain it with the help of an anecdotal example. Let's say you are organizing a workshop with the help of students, or a placement seminar with the help of students, or something you are doing with students. What do you have to do? Overall, the students are really bright, really bright. That's the assumption with which I start. You have to tell them at the end of the day what is that you want to achieve. If it is a placement drive, this is the budget that you have, and you have to also do a gala dinner in that budget, and you also want these many good speakers, and you also want these many good participants. These are clear goals. These are called clear goals. Once you know what is that you want to achieve, and then should you give them clear directions? No, because management literature clearly suggests at every level, if you give clear directions, ऐदा ही करो, ऐसे ही करो, then you kill creativity, you kill morale, you kill motivation. Then people never use their brains and do the way that they have been told. So if you tell them that we just have a budget of 5,000, and so it's you guys go and bring samosas and chai, then students are never gonna think beyond samosas and chai, bring the same. But if you tell them we have a budget of 5,000 and see what is the best we can do, you will be shocked. And I, as a managing director of our incubation center feed, I have been working with students for quite some times, and we work with budget constraints. All I do is कि भाई इतना बजट है जिसमें आपको करना है, and then it is miraculous to see what all they arrange, where all they go, and how they arrange some of the finest things which you cannot even imagine in that budget. So you have to give very clear goals कि ऐसे चाहिए, but you have to leave the directions to them. If you feed clear directions, then things become difficult. And in a classroom setting also, I think this applies equally well. You have to have clear goals, learning goals, कि इस कोर्स के 6 महीने के बाद ये 4 चीजें आपको आनी चाहिए. That is a goal. How many of us as teachers establish that goal? Barely. बस एक फिक्स्ड सिलेबस आंखों के सामने है. क्लास 1 में ये पढ़ाना है, क्लास 2 में ये पढ़ाना है, क्लास 3 में ये पढ़ाना है. That's all we have. But have we ever established learning goals कि ये 4 चीजें हैं जो अगर मेरे स्टूडेंट्स को आ गई, or if I am able to accomplish, then the course is successful. We have to build those clear goals, that these are the 4 things, and then we have to relax the directions a bit rather than writing each and every formula on the board. And this also entails going back to the first exercise of understanding, providing the right material to them in different formats, and then giving them guidance wherever necessary, initiating debates, but also, you know, letting them learn on their own pace and through their own styles. That's loose direction. So this is what works at every level. Why with some thoughtful consideration it will not work in class. I think it should at every level. But if you want to do anything successfully, and that applies to any HOD or any director or principal present in this audience, and you want to get good work done from people, just give them clear goals and just leave them to do what they want to do. You know, in that sense, probably an example I guess would be Dr. Navdeep Kaur here. I'm sure some people would have told her ki kuch badhiya sa karo, dhamakedar karo, and she would have written so many mails, tried to find people. But if someone tells ki bas in 4 logon ko mail dalo, then I am sure Dr. Navdeep Kaur will not write a mail to the 5th person, only to those 4 persons. And therefore, answer option B, always providing clear goals and always giving loose directions is the best way of leading even your own children. घर पे भी आपको उन्हें पूरा का पूरा हर चीज as a ready reckoner नहीं देना है. You have to guide them, you have to give them goals कि भैया ऐसे इस साल ये करो, वैसे करो, and give them loose directions. Let them experiment, let them fail, let them use their creativity. But if you give them proven recipes and formulas, then they are never gonna experiment beyond that. ये इंडियन सिस्टम की कमी है शायद. फॉरेन में, अमेरिका में, यूएस में, they are actually very good with giving loose directions and letting people fail and experimenting. Here we do too much of hand holding. बिल्कुल उंगली पकड़ के हम चलाते हैं अपने स्टूडेंट्स को क्लास में भी. That is not the best way of teaching to my mind. So clear goals, loose directions. You know, before I wrap up, last 1 minute I'll take to sort of just inculcate 3-4 points which I want you to as teachers. Number one, all students have different learning styles. Some are auditory, some are kinesthetic, and some are visual. As good teachers, try to provide them all 3 mechanisms so they choose whichever works best for them. Second is that technical skills are okay, are important, but most important for your journey towards leadership are ethical skills and communication skills. Notwithstanding whether it's a part of your course curriculum or not, every teacher should spend some time, once in a week, once in 15 days, once in a month, जब students को नहीं पढ़ना है तो उनको भगाने से अच्छा है, या क्लास बंद करने से बेटर है, या जबरदस्ती फैराडे लॉ पढ़ाने से अच्छा है. Once in a while initiate such discussions, because you can be really big change agents for them, and what you are gonna teach now is gonna be impressed in their brains forever and ever. So initiate those discussions frequently. Yeah. So with these words, I finish my talk for today, and I wish you great luck in life, great teaching careers. In case you have anything, any doubts, any questions, you can anytime write to me at safal.batra@iamkashipur.ac.in or WhatsApp me at this number. Thank you so much, friends. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Question,
Thanks.
any query?
Any queries, I'm happy to take.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you everyone. Thank you, madam. Then I am logging off. Best wishes to you for a wonderful 15 days workshop.
Thank you so much, sir. So
Bye.
at the end, I would like to thanks to Dr. Batra for giving us such a nice and wonderful session. That is developing students leader, and that we have to do so many good things in our classes. Like sir told us, most leadership competencies according to HBS, Harvard Business Review, higher ethicals and moral standard is very much important in our curriculum, especially in engineering. That is again very important aspect in our engineering education. Thanks a lot, sir, for being with us. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam. Take care. Thanks a lot. Bye, everyone.
This conference will now be recorded.
Shall we start, ma'am? Shall we start, ma'am?
Yeah, 1 minute. Wait. हेलो, मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
हेलो,
Yes, ma'am, you are
yes, ma'am,
audible.
you are. Oh, okay, okay. So, please guide me how I will present my PPTs.
हाँ जी, ma'am.
How I will just present my PPT.
Ma'am, just click the expert session at GNDC. I already give you the presenter rights, ma'am.
Me, where will I go? I didn't.
मैम आपकी ऑलरेडी विजिबल है. जस्ट क्लिक द एक्सपर्ट लेक्चर एट GNDC लिखा ना, वहां पे क्लिक कर दें आप. आपकी मैम ऑलरेडी शेयर हो रही है स्क्रीन.
ओके ओके ओके, बट वो इधर मेरे एक्चुअल में बहुत छोटी स्क्रीन हो रही है, दैट इज व्हाई.
मैम आप वो राइट क्लिक पे ऊपर जाके मैम मैक्सिमाइज कर लीजिए.
मैक्सिमाइज एक्सपैंड लिखा हुआ, एक्सपैंड किया है, बट उससे एक्सपैंड हो नहीं रहा. एक्सपैंड ना,
Do one thing, आप ना व्यू एवरीवन होगा, आप पे आ रहा होगा आपके स्क्रीन पे।
हाँ, व्यू एवरीवन आ रहा है, यस।
हाँ मैम, वहां पे एक्टिव कैमरास कर दें।
नीचे
ऑप्शंस आती है मैम, कैमरा व्यू है टॉप लेफ्ट।
Yeah, I have done active camera. Then I have done that view active camera.
मैम प्रोपोर्शन एडजस्ट कर लें आप अपनी स्क्रीन का।
नहीं, वो तो एडजस्टेड है इनफैक्ट। नहीं, आपका तो आ रहा मेरे को व्यू, मेरे एक्चुअल में वो
आपका मैम आपका शो हो रहा है आपके लैपटॉप का
मेरा
व्यू
वीडियो नहीं अभी चालू हुआ ना।
पीपीटी नहीं शुरू हुई मैम आपकी, है ना मैम? आपकी नीचे पड़ी है पीपीटी, वहां पे
हाँ,
देखें
वो
आप।
है। हाँ, बट वो उस पर क्लिक कैसे करना है वही मैं देख रही हूँ। नीचे पड़ी है मेरे को, आई नो। अभी देखती हूँ, चलो अभी आ रही है मेरी पीपीटी।
डन 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 मैम, डन डन, इट्स डन नाउ मैम।
ओके, शुड आई स्टार्ट? मेरा व्यू आ रहा है कि नहीं?
यस मैम, इट्स विजिबल नाउ। मैम अपना कैमरा ऑन कर लीजिए।
हाँ, वही पूछ रही हूँ ना, कैमरा। I'll have to find out where is the camera. In fact,
मैम इट्स middle of the screen, mic, camera, screen, or leave and then click the camera.
अभी तो था, but in fact now I'm not finding it. Actually, I'm comfortable with Google Meet more rather than yes, yeah, good.
Welcome you here, ma'am. Very good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Dear participants, please join as a expert speaker is there. Now I would like to introduce the second expert speaker of the first day, Dr. Renu Dhir. Ma'am is presently working as an associate professor in the Department of Computer Sciences and Engineering and head IT at NIT Jalandhar. And she has more than 35 years of experience in teaching. She has done doctorate in computer sciences and engineering from Punjabi University, Patiala. And the title of the thesis is a bilingual optical character recognition system for Gurmukhi and Roman script. Her area of research is pattern recognition and image processing, soft computing and information security. She has more than 95 research publications in various international and national journals. She has presented and published more than 60 research papers in various international and national conferences. She has guided 11 PhD students in the various fields of NLP, ISS, OSCR, image processing, etc. And presently 6 research scholars are pursuing their PhDs under ma'am. She has supervised 80 MTech research works. She has organized and attended many STCs and faculty development program at NIT Jalandhar. She has delivered various export talks and chaired sessions in India as well as in abroad. She has membership of various professional bodies like Computer Society of India, IEI Fellowship and IEEE. She has handled 4 projects as an invigilator and co-invigilator. Madam, we welcome you here, ma'am.
Oh, thank you.
Over to you, ma'am.
So, before starting, I just want to ask you, I mean, what type of target audience? That is what I want to ask you.
Madam, we are having an engineering faculty as well as a management faculty.
Okay, so I think everybody will be understanding these terms related to computer science. So, good afternoon, everybody. So I'll just start with the topic importance of interdisciplinary teaching and learning. Okay. First of all, I must say this is importance. Okay. We are having disadvantages, also having many other confusions, other problems associated with this also. So we can say this is in fact rather than importance, we can say it is interdisciplinary teaching and learning. That will be, I think, more appropriate. So first of all, we must know what is interdisciplinary. This is the word interdisciplinary as defined in the Webster, that is involving two or more. First of all, sorry, I must, I think, slideshow. I must do the slideshow. Please wait one. Okay. So we are just starting. The word interdisciplinary, as defined in Webster, simply is involving two or more academic, scientific, or artistic disciplines, or we can say the interdisciplinary studies involves a combination of two or more academic disciplines into one activity. And interdisciplinary study degree does just that. It involves covering a broad range of practical and relevant subjects necessary for developing a breadth of understanding. It's about creating something by thinking across the boundaries. So this approach involves drawing appropriately from several disciplines or separate branches of learning or fields of expertise to redefine problems outside of normal boundaries and reach solutions based on a new understanding of complex solutions. It draws knowledge from several other fields like sociology, psychology, economics, and many more, etc. So if you have a specific field you would like to work in the future, one that requires specialized knowledge, a degree in interdisciplinary studies may be a good approach. If you want to work as a biologist, but specifically with the human body has evolved to suit speech you can design your major to suit those interests. So we can say science becoming more interdisciplinary because many problems, challenges facing society are so complex that they cannot be answered by a single discipline. It integrates information, perspectives, concepts, or theories from two or more disciplines of specialized knowledge to advance fundamentals understanding or to solve problems whose solutions are beyond the scope of a single discipline. So this is, you can say, just we have, let us say, if two persons having the different ideas, and if that can be shared, that is again one of the advantage we can say. So the Center for Interdisciplinary Studies for those who occupy the middle. Interdisciplinary learning, we can have science, we can have some other entirely different field. Let us say it is food technology, it can be a geography, it can be a history. So different type of the disciplines integrated into one. We can call it as interdisciplinary. Taxonomy of significant learning how to learn, or caring, that is developing new feelings, interest, values, human dimensions, integration, that is connecting ideas, connecting people, and then realm of life, and then application skills, thinking, critical, creative, and practical thinking, managing projects, fundamental knowledge, understanding and remembering information, ideas, etc. But we must know that what is this learning, in fact. That is, enables teachers and learners to make connections across learning through exploring clear and relevant links across the curriculum. It supports the use and applications of what has been taught and learned in new and different ways. It provides opportunities for developing learning, and for example, through answering big questions, exploring an issue, solving problems, or completing a final project. So we can switch two or more subject areas are integrated with the goal of fostering enhanced learning in each subject area. So interdisciplinary teaching approach involves combining two or more topics, disciplines, or subject matter that historically has been taught separately into one class. So we can have many ideas, let us say, in one person, and each human being is so flexible that can learn many different type of the studies. But again, we cannot say there is limit how many of disciplines one can handle. That is the main thing. So that again depends what is your background, what is your age, or what type of the intellectual level, etc. Many more things, or that again person to person varies. So let us say some critical thinking is there, ordering and structuring, reasoning, analyzing, evaluating, sound decision making, and some collaborations are also there, formulating a common goal, situation awareness, shared leadership, and then reflection is also there. And critical thinking and reflection again may have something common, deal with cognitive biases. Similarly, critical thinking collaboration, a questioning attitude may be common, and here collaboration, reflection, perspective taking, that can be common. So we can say that deals with cognitive biases. This is very important part. That is, what is this cognitive study? In fact, this cognition, that is a separate branch, separate study, So this just relates with the, just to analyze the human behavior. As we all know that every human being is unique and different, and their behavior is also different. Moreover, as per the situation, they behave differently. But again, the same person behaves, when same situation comes, the same person even can behave differently, that because what is his or her mood while handling that situation again matters. So we can say, let us say we have physics, ecosystems, chemistry is there, economics is there, politics is there, psychology, sociology, meteorology, and many more. But again, how much one person can handle. So we can say that human beings, whether human beings or human mind can handle all this, let us say many more fields are there, and they are some of the science fields, some of the arts field, and some of the medical fields, and many more fields are there. But again, the question is, how many fields a human mind can handle? Again, that is very important. Then whether there will be some confusion after, let us say, 10 fields. If the fields are more than 10, maybe confusion creates for one person, but the another person may handle 12, may handle 30, may handle 50. Again, depends. So at what time this confusion will be there is again a very basic question. Okay, so as different fields are there, you can see, just look at this, many more disciplines have been integrated, and whether uh, every human being will be able to manage all this, that is again a question, issue, you can say. So more and more confusion when more and more disciplines or the fields will try to explore. Okay. So whether human mind can manage all this, it means what is interdisciplinary teaching? Educational experiences are more authentic and of greater value to students when the curricular reflects real life, which is multifaceted rather than being compartmentalized into neat subject matter packages. So real world problems are very, very complex. No single discipline can adequately describe and resolve these issues. It means some more disciplines will have to learn to solve the real world problems. That is one thing. Secondly, interdisciplinary teaching means the use and integration of methods and analytical framework from more than one academic discipline to examine a theme, issue, question, or topic. Same thing means if we are just master of one field and we have no knowledge of the other fields, even then many real-time problems will not be able to solve. Interdisciplinary education makes use of disciplinary approach to examine topics, but also takes insight from a variety of relevant disciplines, combines their contribution to understanding, and then integrate these ideas into a more complete and coherent framework. So this teaching is different from multi or cross-disciplinary. So two more terms comes into mind. What is multidisciplinary, cross-disciplinary? So transdisciplinary, that is again. So how these three are different, whether they are same or different, It requires the integration and synthesis of different perspectives rather than a simple consideration of multiple viewpoints. So we must know that to apply interdisciplinary approach, one needed to understand several important disciplinary perspectives that are relevant to every environmental decision, understand the perspective of each relevant discipline, judge how important each perspective is for the issue at hand, evaluate the evidence or reasons supporting each of the perspective, balance, weigh up or accommodate the pressures from the different perspective in order to reach a reasonable and creative decisions or outcome, make a case for why this decision or outcome is better than alternatives. We have many steps for this interdisciplinary teaching and learning. We can define the problem, and again we'll have to find out many issues, different topics, different questions that warrant the interdisciplinary examination. Present a clear rationale for taking an interdisciplinary approach, including the advantages. Identify the relevant disciplines. That is, we'll have to find out what are the relevant disciplines that we'll have to just study or analyze so as to solve one particular problem. Because we can integrate, let us say, we just say that electronics and computer branches, they are something common, okay? They can have we can say they are the relevant disciplines. Whether civil engineering is also relevant to it, mechanical engineering is relevant to it, or they have some other combinations. That is what the main issue, okay? So again, whether computer science with electronics, we can combine math also, as we always what we just notice or analyze, that whenever we have to learn, we have to understand the computer science algorithms, its coding, always we just have to have a knowledge of math. Math is very important part of the computer science. So we can say they are interdisciplinary parts, and without math, to know fully the computer science is not possible. But again, math, knowing fully the math without computer science is not possible, we cannot say. Okay, we can understand math without computers, okay, but computers, we must know some idea about the math also. That is one of the examples. Some other fields are also integrated. Conduct a literature survey of what people already know about the topic from each of the disciplines, and develop understanding of each discipline, underlying assumptions and methods of evaluation, study the problem and generate insights including the predictions from each relevant discipline, identify conflicts between the insight offered from each discipline, create common grounds by developing a cohesive framework of analysis that incorporates insight from the relevant discipline, combine disciplinary insight to construct new, more integrated understanding of the problem. Means we must have some first part is what is problem, analyze it, and just identify the different disciplines which can be integrated, and only then we can have some understanding. So these are many more, you can say the outer circle, that is when we say that one person, how many disciplines one human being can handle, okay? So this depends upon this inner circle, just explains, that is, it depends upon age, okay, depends upon gender identity or expression, gender, national origin, sexual orientation, mental or physical ability, race, ethnicity, and then outer circle also tells work experience, how much work experience is there, what is basic education and after education, political belief, family, what type of family it is, educated family or uneducated. Then organizational role, that is also important. Language and communication skill, how many languages you are familiar with. Income part also matters in many cases. Religion, and then appearance. These are some of the depends that how many disciplines one person can handle. Role of interdisciplinary courses. They play a vital role in the growth of institution as well as individual. And interdisciplinary learning incites the creativity among students and helps them explore and understand the subject better. They motivate research and projects through exchange of ideas between the various disciplines. And interdisciplinary teaching helps advance critical thinking and cognitive development. Again, this cognitive development means this human behavior. So interdisciplinary instructions help students develop their cognitive abilities, brain-based skill, and mental processes. And interdisciplinary engineering allows students to develop unique skill sets, specialize in area that may not be provided in a traditional department degree program. Such specializations may be driven by emerging technical fields or by a student's desire to have an immersive interdisciplinary experience. Interdisciplinarity in education. Exactly what is this? According to these Davies and Devlin, it is a study that requires 2 or more disciplines combine their expertise to jointly address an area of common concern. When it comes to the university level, applying interdisciplinary studies may prove to be challenging. However, students with extensive interest may be restricted without the option of interdisciplinarity. If cross-disciplinarity or interdisciplinary studies are encouraged or mandated, this may benefit students who have broader interest. And again, it is suggested by Krona or Roorkee that analysis of teaching and learning in the interdisciplinary context, exploring the influence of discipline on the nature of knowledge, curriculum, learning outcome, and assessment is needed. This will help determining the positive effects of the current and future studies program. So we can say that vision is there, motivating curriculum goals, system approach, teaching is there, students group composition, learning goals and tasks, project work, sport, teacher sports, institutional barriers, student sport, many more things with combining the interdisciplinary engineering education. Then we can say where to cross means interdisciplinary skillfulness is there, understanding and creating better environment for learning. Where are the boundaries in fact? What is that? We want to set the boundaries, harnessing soft and generic skills. So disciplining non-disciplinary knowledge, this side, that is collaboration science, data thinking, computational thinking, and disciplining disciplinary knowledge, that is crossing system thinking, design thinking, grounded thinking, and responsive actions. So boundary knowledge, we must know where this is converging, that is also important. And knowledge convergence process and the boundaries, these are very fundamental things you can say. And where to knowledge integration capability and knowledge recursive capability. This forms the boundary as well as the convergence. And boundary vision is very important as novelty knowledge boundaries. Here this point on the top, it is high and then becoming low and low. So it means at this point, this is low, and then we have boundary knowledge, quality or quantity high. On the other side, we have a convergence knowledge. Again, quality as well as its quantity, that should also be checked. So interdisciplinary teaching framework, what topics are worth teaching in an interdisciplinary way? How will disciplines come together? What disciplinary tools will students need? What will students do to learn? How do we know students are understanding? All these things makes this interdisciplinary understanding. Only then it becomes purposeful and disciplined as well as integrative. All the 3 points may be achieved. Benefits of interdisciplinary learning: authentic real life learning, critical thinking, solving problems, highly engaging, means a person is always engaged between with the different disciplines, highlight learner strength, open doors for students to develop interest in a variety of content areas. Maybe while understanding many disciplines, may found that this discipline he or she is having a more interest and then focus more upon that. Student centric, increased cognitive gains. Okay. Significant advantages, you can say wider audience as a result, better explanatory or predictive work, better normative work, inspiration to confront questions that may not be otherwise occur to you, a response to the hyper specialization, that is talking over many academic quarters and many more. And this study allows for synthesis of ideas and a synthesis of characteristics from many disciplines. These skills such as critical thinking, communication, analysis, they are important and continually developing at all stages of life. Though it has many advantages such as expanding students' understanding and achievement between all disciplines or enhancing communication skill, but it also has disadvantages. That is why I was saying it is not only the importance of interdiscipline, because we have many disadvantages also, such as integration confusion. That is the very important disadvantage, you can say. Time consuming. Can one human being have more degrees than it is more learned? That is again an issue. Means as many of majority, they are doing only one BTech in their lifetime, okay? One MTech, one PhD, mostly. So if somebody does, let us say 2 BTech, 2 MTech, 2 PhDs, whether that is more advantageous or is creating more confusion or time consuming also, okay? So whether these issues everybody can handle, again it is a question. And because everybody cannot handle, that is why majority of the human beings, majority of the people, they are doing only one BTech, one MTech, one PhD, or like these type of degrees only once, because it is not possible to have many more degrees, and in fact without any target, without any aim, final aim. Why they are doing this? So means some disadvantages, as already time demands, naturally time demands. Team teaching demands more time and energy from faculty. Personality issues, some teachers are left out, integration confusion, budget concentration, resistance to change, other many more disadvantages are there. So advantages are it helps students learn and appreciate the relevancy of school subjects that are tied together and how each subject builds on the other. But information is not shared properly with all the professionals. Teaching lesson carried out in a dynamic and orderly manner, but clash between information that is given and students can apply the skill and knowledge that are learned in various fields easily. Communication is sometimes a challenge. So limitations are always there. Already we say career advancement concerns or research excellence framework, that is the successor to the research assessment exercise. It's an impact evaluation which assesses the research of British higher education institutes. It was first used in 2014 to assess the period 2008 to 13. Discipline-based panel suspicious regarding rigor of qualitative research quality. How much quality we can have. Lack of respect, confidence in each other's findings, value judgment, naive expectation of the other's contribution, etc. Many more, you can say, limitations are there. Naturally, if teamwork is there, one is having one field, other is having different persons they are doing, or on a one project, naturally how the ideas will match, that will always be a problem, and how to handle that is again very difficult. So must overcome misunderstandings, assumptions, methodology, vocabulary, how to write joint publications. Tersely are good, that is brief or using very few words or concise in just a few pages. Standardizing jargon of different disciplines associated with a particular field or area of activity, replacing one orthodoxy with another, loss of specialization. Many more challenges are also there. Same, in fact, whatsoever the limitations, we have many more challenges also. How to merge the two fields, whether these two fields should be, you can say, relevant fields, or they are entirely different fields, and whether a human being can handle science and art at the same time, or whether many of these fields, they are just how many another disciplines are very also very important for that particular discipline to understand. As in the case of a computer science, I already just discussed that math is also one of the very important part which is always associated with the computer science. Many more are also there. I don't say that it is only the math, but one must understand math, only then will understand the all algorithms, all coding, or many more things concerned with the computer science branch. Okay, so these are some of the challenges that must also be handled. They are some of the, if advantages are there, some challenges are also there, some disadvantages are also there. So in order to merge or collaborate different disciplines into one on a one platform, you can say, how that is possible, whether this is possible also, that is again an issue, or this is not entirely possible. So that is, we have to think, that is a very hot issue, you can say, and everybody will have to analyze it, will have to think it. It's not like that if we are doing whether we have to do the dual degree always, or we have to do the single degree. That is again some of the questions. Some may choose to for a dual degree, some may choose for a single degree, some may just shift their discipline after BTech. Whether that should be done or not, or whether some government or universities or colleges, they allow this, that is one of the issue. So if they find people having BTech in computer science and then MTech in computer science and then PhD in computer science, I think they will never prefer the person with BTech in electronics and then MTech in electronics and then PhD in computers. Okay, so if there is some vacancy in the computer science department, naturally the person having all the 3 degrees in the computer science will be picked first. So here we are saying that interdiscipline is very, very important, but on the other hand, it may have a disadvantage. On the other hand, if that person will apply to the electronics department, whether electronics department will also allow him or her, because if basic degree is no doubt electronics, but other 2 degrees are computer science, and they may prefer the person having all the 3 degrees in electronics. So some of the disadvantages, some of the challenges are also again there. That is how to handle that, whether it may differ from country to country. Maybe India is not, Indian universities may not allow, but some of the other universities in other countries, they may allow. They may prefer these types. So it depends. Then we have 4 things whatsoever in the previous slides. That is, what is disciplinary, multidisciplinarity, and interdisciplinary, and the transdisciplinary. Okay. So discipline is only single thing that we just study. Multidiscipline means many more disciplines we are studying. Interdiscipline is some part is common. Okay. There are 2 disciplines and this portion is common in these 2. Means, let us say the same example, we can merge electronics and computer, and some of the things we can say hardware portion that is common in both the branches. Then comes transdisciplinary. This is different, means 2 disciplines are there, they have integrated, they have merged totally. Okay. So you can say which whether all these are same. So this is multidiscipline, different disciplines are there. Interdisciplinary, that is something shared with all the 3, and here all the everything is integrated, and this is also some of the transdisciplinary domain. So if governance domain is there, natural science domain is there, social science domain is there. So how these 3 have been mixed and what is the result? Okay, multi to inter and then to transdiscipline. Let us say biology, economics, these type of things are there, and defining a problem, shared methods, and some policy solutions are there. Now you can just look out that some of the portions which are shaded, they are the common portions. And transdisciplinary, that is we have a multi and interdiscipline. But transdisciplinary, now you just look at this, biology is there, economics is there, social is there, everything is overlap, there is a overlapping, they have integrated into one. So this is also one of the transdisciplinary approach. Some things have been there and all the things have been merged and they can be used into a single project. Okay. So this is how the difference transdisciplinary, that is very we call it as a higher level synthesis. We start from the below, let us say disciplinary, all the disciplines separate, and then there are all disciplines but they are additive, then it becomes multidisciplinary. Interdisciplinary, between these 2 there is something common, these 2 something common, these 2 something common, they are interactive, we say. And when everything is merged, that is higher level synthesis, that is transdisciplinary approach. So multidisciplinary, that is additive, mathematically we can call. let us say as example 2 plus 2 is 4. Interdisciplinary, interactive, it can be 5 also. Something more can be found. Transdisciplinary, that is holistic approach. So in food example also, this is also very interesting example. In fact, difference between these two is salad bowl, that may be a multidisciplinary, melting pot, that is interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary, that is a cake. So that is very beautifully shown here. This is interdisciplinarity, stew, salad, and then cake. Everything is merged, you can say, mixing. So ingredients are no longer distinguishable, and the result is something completely different. Now, maybe we have mixed many more things, but now result, color may be different. Result is entirely different. That is what we can say, how they are different. So this is just a comparison of the 3 types. Multidisciplinary, standards of the discipline organized around a theme, maybe. And here skills and concept embedded in disciplinary standards, and here real life context, student questions. So conception of knowledge point of view, knowledge best learned through the structure of the disciplines. Here disciplines connected by common concept, and skills, all knowledge interconnected and interdependent. Role of discipline, procedures of discipline considered most important. Interdisciplinary skills and concepts stressed in interdiscipline, and disciplines identified as desired but real type context emphasized. Degree of integration, moderate, here comprehensive, and here paradigm shift. So we can say these are the 3 comparison. Then again, very important question. Okay. Impact of artificial intelligence and machine learning on learning, teaching, and education. So first of all, in fact, I have just shifted to computer science. That is again, I saying that is interdisciplinary with math and many more other fields are also there in a computer science branch. So nowadays we know that everybody is interested in learning artificial intelligence, to know the artificial intelligence, what is that, and what is machine learning, and whether they can be implemented in teaching and education or teaching and learning process, whether they have any help. That we have will just study about that. Artificial intelligence is no longer just contained in science fiction films. So we have seen in movies also. It is increasingly becoming a significant part of our everyday life, everywhere. If we say there are flying cars, the concept of flying cars, or you can say this driverless vehicles, that concept, different type of the robots, all these things, they are future, you can say in future you will find that all these things, they have increasingly becoming a significant part, and they have our in everyday's lives will feel it. We already use tools like Siri and Amazon's Alexa, and are just beginning to see the possibility of AI in education, and we should expect to see more. Is it possible to read humans' mind in the future? How it is useful, first of all. Let us say we want that one human being is there. How we will judge that what type of disciplines that person should study, I mean, and that more comfortable with those disciplines. So for that, is it possible to read humans' mind in the future? That is a very big question. If we were all given by magic power to read each other's thoughts, I suppose the first effect would be to dissolve all friendships. That is Bertrand Russell. It says It's very true also. By using machine learning to analyze complex patterns of activity in a person's brain, when they think of a specific number or object, read a sentence, experience a particular emotion, or learn a new type of information, the researchers can read minds and know the person's specific thoughts and emotions. So that is possible with ML or AI. Means if it is possible that in which discipline one human being will be more comfortable, so maybe it will be easy for his or her to go into that discipline and then focus whole efforts into that and then may shine in that field. But whether it is possible, that is again a question. So this is foundations of AI, artificial intelligence. We have computer science and engineering, philosophy, biology, linguistics, cognitive science, psychology, economics, math. So all these fields you can just have a look upon these. Means AI is not just a computer science branch and is only, this is just an example of a interdisciplinary fields. Many more fields are there. It's a combination of all these. When we have to apply the AI, it is not only the computer science that will write the code and do the things. But we have to foresee many of the things with the help of AI. We need some of the linguistics because till now, even in computer science, we just write the codes, okay, and convert it into binary or like that. First of all, machine understands all these things and then do something and then again convert it to something which can be which everybody should be comfortable with that and then doing something, okay. But this, what is AI means, even if the sentences or the commands are there, it can understand that and then just you can say learn the things also. So that is what the important, these all these things, philosophy, biology, linguistics, cognitive science, these are all the very important foundations of AI, we can say. So disciplines which form the core of AI, inner cycle fields which draw from these disciplines outer circle: search, reasoning, learning, knowledge representation, and we have many more fields. Robotics is there, NLP, natural language processing is there, planning, computer vision, expert systems are there, and this is also area of AI and some dependencies: search, logic, machine learning, planning, robotics, vision, NLP, expert systems, etc. But again, we'll have to understand what is machine intelligence, machine learning. So machine, we call it as machine intelligence or computer intelligence, artificial intelligence. They are the same. MI optimize the performance criteria using example data or past experience. It's the outward characteristics of a system that qualified to be classified as being the intelligent. So ability to reason, deduce and infer from incomplete information. So even if the incomplete information is there, AI and ML helps to just compensate that also, to find the missing part. So artificial intelligence continues to progress rapidly in 2020. Achieving mastery over machine learning is becoming increasingly important for all the players in this field. This is because both AI and ML complement each other. Machine learning, some tasks cannot be defined well except by examples, recognizing people. Okay, if we as a human being, how many people we can recognize? Okay, some may recognize 100 people. It's mind, I mean, and then some may recognize 1,000, maybe 10,000, but again there is a limit. Maybe more than 10,000, it is very difficult for the human being to remember, to recognize those persons, but a machine can do that. Okay? If we just put some of the images of the people into the machine, whenever that image will come, it will just make a match and then recognize it. So relationships and correlations can be hidden within large amount of data. ML or data mining, that is again one of the important field nowadays, may be able to find these relations, and human designers often produce machines that do not work well as desired in the environment in which they are used. Amount of knowledge available about certain tasks might be too large for explicit encoding by humans. That is, medical diagnostics machine learning is very, very helpful, where the environment changes over time. So every time you cannot redesign the system. Okay, it should itself just note those changes, and it should just learn those changes and then change accordingly. New knowledge about task is constantly being discovered by a human. It may be difficult to continuously redesign the systems by hand. So unfortunately, there is still much confusion within the public and the media regarding what truly is artificial intelligence and what truly is machine learning. Often the terms are being used as synonyms. In other cases, they are being used as discrete or parallel advancement, while others are taking advantage of the trend to create hype and excitement as to increase sales and revenue. So machine learning is an application of AI. It allows software applications to become accurate in predicting the outcomes. That is why it can read the mind of the human beings. ML is an area of AI that's a set of statistical techniques for problem solving and focuses on the development of computer programs. And the primary aim is to allow computers to learn automatically without the human intervention. Then again, one more term, which is also very, very important, that is NLP, for artificial intelligence, natural language processing. Because why this is needed? Because India is a multilingual country. Here, every state has its own language, its own script. So how to deal with that? Maybe in some state we are comfortable with this language, but when we go to other state, again there are many problems. So NLP is also one of the integrated field of AI, you can say, as well as the ML. So NLP researcher aims to gather the knowledge on how human beings understand and use language so that appropriate tool and techniques can be developed to make the computer systems understand and manipulate natural languages to perform the desired task. So foundation lies in a number of disciplines, that is computer and information science, linguistics, mathematics, electrical and electronic engineering, AI and robotic psychology, etc. Again, NLP, you can say this is a interdiscipline type of the fields, not only a single discipline, many more things have been integrated. What is the role of ML in NLP? So NLP, that is an interpretation of human language by a machine. All languages have grammatical and semantic rules. The same word in the same language can have a completely different meaning in different countries as well as in different contexts. So it is complicated for a person who speaks English, for example, to understand Spanish. That's complicated for a machine as well. That is why the ML comes into play as a tool that helps to solve the particular problem. So what is the difference between these three? How they are integrated? ML, AI, NLP. We have all learned that ML is also there to extract the knowledge from data. By relying on ML, it's possible to improve NLP's performance. NLP and ML, they are part of the AI, and both subset share techniques, algorithm and knowledge. So today ML is used for self-driving cars, already we said, fraud detection, price prediction, and even NLP and encompasses or affects many disciplines. So in order to apply ML to NLP problems, we need to usually convert the unstructured text into a structured format. That's a tabular format. We are not going into details of that. So this is just creating the learning framework and provide properly formatted, relevant, clean data for the machine to learn. Then again comes one more important term, that is deep learning. So includes recurrent neural networks. So neural networks, you can say that is also a type of ML approach, and deep learning, that is an extension of neural network, closest imitation of how the human brain works using the neurons. So we can say this is just a simulation of the human brain. So mathematically, it involves running data through a large number of neurons, each of which has an activation function, and the values propagated through the neuron network. We are not going into details of this. So deep learning, that is again a subset of ML tools, may be supervised or unsupervised, and this is a set of tools that can be used for many things, but also to improve NLP, discover pattern, and organize the text into usable data. Deep learning versus NLP. Deep learning is used quite extensively for vision-based classification, and deep learning can be used for NLP tasks as well. It is important to know that deep learning is a broad term used for a series of algorithms and is used to solve the core AI problems that are highlighted above. Deep learning for NLP, again, foundations, data preparations. So before that, ML practitioner is there, and then if deep learning is applied to NLP, many more things changes. So how these are interconnected? Now you can just main thing which I want to just discuss is how interdiscipline comes for this, whether all these are different or they are just integrated into each other. So this is just a field of AI, and then this orange shows a field of machine learning, and here we have a deep learning. So we have ML, we have DL, we have AI, all these things. ML refers to an AI system that can be self-learn based, and most AI works involves ML because intelligent behavior requires the considerable knowledge. Systems that get smarter and smarter over time without human intervention is ML. Deep learning, that is ML applied to the large data set. And then again, the question comes, what is data science? Nowadays, whenever you will ask anybody, even in our institution, whenever some candidates come for the PhD, whenever we just ask that what is your field and in which field you want to study or you want to do PhD, they always say data science. We are interested in data sciences, we are interested in ML, like that. So what is data science? Involves analysis, visualization, and prediction. It uses different statistical techniques. While AI implement model to predict future event and make use of algorithm, with the help of the data science, we create model that use the statistical insights. This is how they are just relationship between NLP, ML, this deep learning. Already we said this is machine learning, this is a sort of deep learning, and here we have a left side, we have a NLP, and whole these things, NLP, vision, robotics is there, and this is all the part of artificial intelligence, and this blue is computer science. So it means computer science not a one thing, that is interdisciplinary things, and we have to deal with that. So this is natural language process versus machine learning versus this deep learning versus AI. Now you can see these parts, overlapping portions, shaded portions, how this interdiscipline, this multidisciplines, they are merged into each others, and how this portion can be just the interdiscipline portion. So ML and NLP, they have some overlap, as ML as a tool is often used for NLP, there are several other things that you need for NLP, and in fact, we are not going to discuss these, not in details of this. Once we can understand that is meant to be sarcastic, we can encode it into ML algorithm to automatically discover similar patterns for us. And in order to do any NLP, you need to understand language, and that is different for different genres. That is, there's a strong need to looking at your data manually to get a feel what it's trying to say to you and how you as a human will analyze it. So can we say natural language is domain of ML? No, natural language is a synonym for human language, and natural language processing means processing those human languages. And linguistic, that is the science of natural language, and machine learning set of algorithm used to solve the problem that may or may not have to do with the natural language. So ML for NLP and text analytics involves using ML algorithms and narrow AI also to understand the meaning of the text document. Before we dive deep into how to apply ML and AI for NLP and text analytics, let us clarify some basic. Most importantly, ML really means machine teaching. We know what the machine needs to learn, so our task is to create a learning framework and provide the properly formatted, relevant, clean data for the machine to learn from. So can we say NLP is interdisciplinary field of computer science? Natural language processing is an interdisciplinary field of computer science and linguistics, using ML to achieve the end goal of AI. Simply put, it allows computers to understand human language. Then ML in NLP, human to binary. So what is the conclusion? In fact, NLP based on ML can be used efficiently in multiple fields. Better results and capability today in comparison to when these two technologies were introduced. NLP is the interpretation of human language by a machine. This is rapidly becoming as integral to the workplace, from chatbot to language translation and voice activated platform. So AI as well as NLP, they are very important parts. NLP, known as computational linguistics, a combination of AI and linguistics, and NLP power predictive word suggestions on our mobile devices, voices activated assistants, Siri, Bixby, and Google's voice search, etc. So NLP has made great strides since its a humble beginning 50 years ago. So AI for interdisciplinary learning, it helps find out what a student does and does not know, building a personalized study schedule for each learner, considering the knowledge gaps. In such a way, AI tailors studies according to student specific needs, increasing their efficiency. So current state of AI and its potential impact for learning, teaching, and education. It provides conceptual foundation for well-informed policy-oriented work, research and forward-looking activities that address the opportunities and challenges created by recent developments. Report is aimed for policy developers, but it also makes contributions that are of interest of AI technology developers and researchers studying the impact of AI on economy, society, and the future of education and learning. So role of AI in interdisciplinary teaching and learning. Artificial intelligence market in the US education sector, 17 to 21 reports suggest that experts expect AI in education to grow by 47.50% during the period 17 to 21. With the expected growth of AI in education, here's a glimpse into some of the roles it will play in the classroom. Automated grading, that can be one of the application, though I will not go into details of all these as it may take more time. So imagine how much more teachers will be able to do if they had help with their grading. With AI, the role of grader can be passed along Current AI technology is already able to automate grading of multiple choice materials such as AI develops and become more intelligent. So expected that the technology will one day be able to grade more than standardized assessments, support teachers. So helping with grading, it just supports the teachers. Some of the routine tasks can be managed as well. And one college professor successfully used AI chatbot to communicate with students as a teaching assistant. Sports students. Persons has already suggested that in future, students will have an AI lifelong learning comparison companion. Okay. Meet a variety of student needs. In addition to acting as a personalized learning companion, AI will also be able to help students with special needs by adapting material to lead them to success. Allow teachers to act as learning motivator. AI takes on more of a teaching role by providing students with basic information. It will change the role of teachers in the classroom, and teachers will move into a role of classroom facilitator or learning motivator. Provide personalized help, that is outside the classroom also. When students need to reinforce skill or master ideas before an assessment, it will help to provide students with the additional tools they need for success. Identify weakness in the class. That is, AI will identify when groups of students miss certain questions, letting the teacher know when material needs to be retaught. So AI will also hold teachers accountable and strengthen the best teaching practices. Importance of interdisciplinary collaboration in AI project. So machine learning, AI capabilities increasingly transforming how we engage with technology. Think of healthcare. In healthcare unit also, it is very, very helpful. So one example of using AI is to detect the breast cancer, or healthcare data scientists recognize the importance of working in interdisciplinary teams, etc. So driving medical innovation through this unique opportunity and challenges, and in public health or approach to caring old people, etc. That is also, this is one of the example, that is caring old people. This involves team members from different disciplines and doing the work and for the healthcare, etc. Then potential for of the interdisciplinary research for brain, behavior, and clinical sciences. That is again for medical purposes, you can say. It is we are using it for medical purposes as well. And then data science. Okay, deep dive into a world of data scientists. So challenges in healthcare are complex, requires a multidisciplinary effort that often includes experts with clinical workflow, patient safety, process improvement, and IT knowledge. Also necessary are those who understand where healthcare IT fits into driving more efficient, safer care and better patient outcome. So top AI tools, libraries, and platforms are there. You can explore it on the net, because I'm not just going to explain all these tools. It depends what type of application or what type of the problem is there. So accordingly, it can just handle that. Okay? Azure machine learning. If you don't have advanced programming skills but are looking to get into machine learning, you should check out Azure Machine Learning Cafe. This is developed by the CAF, was created as part of the GS, CNTK, Deep Learning 4G, IPM Watson, Keras, PyBrain. This is an open source. Scikit Learn, Swift AI, TensorFlow, Tino, Torch. So these are some of the things. Just only these things I want to share with you. And one more thing, I think you have listened patiently everything. And one more thing I must also say, as I'm saying that importance of interdisciplinary teaching and learning, and I am also one of the example you can say. I did my BTech in electrical branch, and then at that time, in fact, there was no electronic branch was also not there, computer science branch was also not there. But later on, after let us say 9 or 10 years, I thought that I must improve my knowledge, and instead of doing the MTech and PhD in the same branch, I just shifted to computer science branch. Okay, I did my MTech in computer science, and after that PhD in computer science, and just as already Nadeep just explain that I just supervised now 11 PhDs in computer science, and 6 are just undergoing, and many more are just about to submit their PhDs also. So it is not like that it is not important, but nowadays situation has changed. Maybe again we'll have to explore that what is government is doing, what the universities are doing to do, whether they will allow such type of interdisciplinary teaching as well as learning. So it again whether this is just whether this is about our country, but maybe other countries they are just allowing it. It depends. Okay? So this is a very hot issue, and don't know what is the future in fact, and whether it will be more beneficial or not. It's not that way predictable, you can say. So thanks for listening patiently, I must say, and thanks everybody. Thanks to Navdeep also. Thank you, Navdeep, and thanks everybody. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, any question? If you can write to me, because already I think I've taken much time. So
I would like to thank Dr. Renu Dhir ma'am for this wonderful session and interaction with participant. Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a very nice session with you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
okay, thank you, Navdeep. Thanks very much.
This
Faculty member.
conference will now be recorded.
So I welcome all the faculty members, faculty colleagues in this session. And I really believe that as all of us are faculty members, we might not be sharing our courses. We might not be having the same subjects that we are teaching, but ultimately one thing is very common among all of us, and that is the teaching activities. And this course is related to that one only. All of us is knowing it very well, that the basic objective in my discussion as well as the course is on pedagogy and online teaching. So more or less we are having our own thoughts on fundamentals in teaching, and I hope that all of you are following your own style of teaching. Am I audible? I hope am I audible to all?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. So in the meantime, like if anytime you feel that there is any disconnection, there is any voice problem or audio video problem, you can please interrupt me.
Awesome.
And also yes, thank you, ma'am. And also during the lecture, if there is anything to discuss, you can interrupt me, and I will be very happy to discuss with all of you. One thing I would like to tell all of you, that I always believe that in faculty development programs, in these training programs, it's not like we have to teach anything or it's a lecture. I never believe that. Ultimately, it's a sort of discussion only. All of us are faculty member. You are also teaching at different institutions. You are like even more qualified and more experienced in many scenarios. Some are youngsters and they are also having their own style of teaching and research. And I always believe that teaching a teacher is very difficult job. Nobody can teach how to teach ultimately. But in these courses, our basic objective is to share our thoughts, share our experiences, right? So teaching is an art. I normally try to discuss in that perspective. And when we are sharing our experiences with others, then many times it's really useful to get to know from the others that yes, when they face this type of situation, what was our reaction, or what was the way we tackle that situation, we handle that scenario. And that's all that we normally do the activities like that in these courses. And throughout, like the end of day, we are having so many good experience reports with us that many times when we are having those type of situations in our teaching activities, then automatically that comes to our subconscious, in our conscious mind, from our subconscious thoughts, that yes, I know that that faculty in that institution was saying in that course that yes, if that is the situation, I dealt that and this was successful, or in the other way, and that was not successful, so I should try this one or I should not try that one. So in that sense, normally the learnings from these courses, the discussions from these courses are useful, right? So in that perspective only, I would like to have discussions with all of you, and you can think of it as a sort of panel discussion, and all of us are panelists. In that sense, we can try to discuss. And even if even in between you have some views, you are very most welcome to present your views. You can unmute, you can tell your views, and I would like to be very much interactive. However, this online teaching is not so interactive, but I will be really happy as far as possible if we can be very interactive during our discussions, and we can get your inputs throughout the discussions. So always believe that it is a discussion and all of us are discussing with each other. So if you will see, most of the things that I will be discussing in this session is based upon some of my classroom experiences. And in today's discussion, basically, I am supposed to discuss on some challenges that we are facing in the online teaching, and then how to handle that during the teaching in the online scenario using various tools, digital tools that all of us are using. So more or less, I will be sharing my experiences with all of you through the online teaching that we all of us have, as well as some online resources I have referred. And I also had one of the project on teaching, on educational technology with NSF USA. So I will also try to share some case studies and some thoughts from those discussions during this session, right? So these are the resources that I have referred for discussing in this session. And I will be very happy if some of you in between try to answer and try to participate in the discussions. That will be really useful, and that will be really interactive, as well as will make the things very simple as well as interactive. And if you want to speak something, then also you can unmute yourself and speak and put your perspective. One thing is very important to understand, that in pedagogy, in online teaching, or specifically or generally in teaching, everyone have their own style, everyone have their own perspectives, the methodology that is being followed by the different faculty members. Everyone is having their own methodology. So many of the things that I will be discussing is from my perspective. and your perspective, your views might be really different. And we will be very happy, not only me, but I think all the participants will be very happy, all the organizers will be very happy to get to know about your thoughts, your experiences, your perspectives. Recently only we also conducted one of such course at IIT Roorkee, and we were really happy to see that many of the faculty members who were participating in the course were really interactive. They were sharing so many good thoughts, and overall it can be a good platform for all the faculty members who have joined in the online meeting to discuss with each other and to get to know each other. So there are multiple benefits in this way that can be achieved by with the help of this session. And ultimately we also feel that there might be some unanswered questions which are being like there are many challenges which are happening these days, right? But many of them cannot be handled, cannot be answered, and that is the problem for future and problem for the interpretation and discussions for the future scope of research. And when there are some unanswered questions, always we can believe that you will have a lot of curiosity. And I always believe that if at the end of the course there are some unanswered questions, lot many unanswered questions, and you are scolding the organizers that, oh, we are having so many questions, nobody is able to answer, then I believe that that course is successful. Because if the curiosity is raised in the mind of the faculty members, then it is the biggest thing that can then automatically the faculty will interact with their research scholars, will give them problems to do the work on those problems in future. If there is no question, then there is no problem. Then how the research will propagate? That is my belief, and we always strive to that. I will ask a very simple question. As these days we are all of us are doing online teaching, right? Can most of you can answer this question? You can see a question on my screen. How many of you have discussed about the issues or challenges that you are facing in online teaching with your friends or colleagues on the phone or chat, right? Even when you are talking to your friend for some other purpose, but abruptly within the discussion you started to say, oh, I was having this lecture today, students are not very cooperative. I hope all are faculty members. Yes, I think yes.
Yes, certainly, sir.
Okay. So we can use this chat box also to interact. If you do not want to unmute, you can answer in the chat box. Can you answer in yes or no for this question? Whenever we are talking to our friends, sometime to our relatives, then many times, yes, Dr. Rahul, Dr. Rimal, yes, thank you. I am able to see your chat. Yes, Dr. Rakhi Arora, yes. Yes, Jaspreet ma'am, yes. Yes, Dr. Navdeep ma'am. Yeah, yeah, yes, this is true. Any other? Yes, Dr. Richa, yes. Yes, any other would like to say? Okay, more or less, I think everybody will agree with this one, that these days this is happening, and this is not only decreasing, but with time it keeps on increasing. It's like that. Most of the time, if you will go through different surveys, or even we also conducted one such survey, most of the time in online teaching, one perspective is taken care of by all the different authorities, all the different institutions, as well as all the different administrative discussions. That is the student's perspective. I hope everybody will agree. Everybody will be talking about students are having this problem. They are not able to understand properly. They are having network problem. They are having this problem. In newspaper, in media, everywhere this is being taken care of. But there is second perspective as well as faculty. Faculty is also human being. They might also have the network problem. They might also be frustrated. They might also be frustrated from the silly questions of the students on online discussions or many other issues, many other challenges that we are going to discuss today. And where is our scope as a faculty? Our scope is only to discuss our issues with our spouses, our children, or our frustration to our children, right? I am not able to switch on the video. I don't know why. Otherwise, like it would have been very interactive. This is the issue with online teaching, that our emotions are not reflected to the students. And this is even happening now. And I hope everybody will agree. And we are able to, we are having so many issues, so many problems, so many challenges, I will say in a very formal term, in the teaching. And these challenges need to be taken care of by whom? Who will take care of that? By us only. But today I will try to discuss many times with the help of students, right? So in the teaching, there are two stakeholders, mainly students and faculty, right? So I really believe that every student will not be cooperating you to deliver the contents properly, right? Or to help you, to facilitate you in the teaching, online teaching, right? But we need to have some of like students, some of our facilitators from the student sides who can help us during that online teaching as well. And that happens. I will tell you some of the case studies regarding that. I really believe that this issue is happening everywhere. So that's why please for this session, try to think that it is a discussion, charcha. It is just like charcha. I hope everybody understand the word charcha. This is very famous term these days, chai pe charcha, right? Coffee per charcha, popcorn per charcha. You can think of it anything. Like I will tell you, sit comfortably, take your position, comfortable position, whatever you want, and just try to listen and answer in between. Like जैसे रेडियो सुन रहे हो बैठ के, right? कि चाय पीते रहिए, आप कॉफी पीते रहिए, पॉपकॉर्न खाते रहिए, whatever you want to do during the discussions, but try to interact and try to discuss. And in online teaching, it is essential for the students' point of view as well. That I just want to tell you that in many cases, whenever we are discussing in the class, in physical mode, students are really interactive, really attentive. But in online mode, many times they are busy in many other activities in parallel. And then it is very difficult for us to snatch their time to get their attention during the teaching. And as a faculty member, it is very important that during the teaching we have the attention of students. Otherwise it is very difficult for a teacher to deliver the lecture, right? But it's not a lecture, as I said, it's a discussion. So you can have your cup of tea or coffee, whatever, or lunch. I am okay with that, and I really encourage that, because comfortably we can discuss so many things. So that is one thing. Be comfortable and be and take your food. So now in teaching profession, one thing should be very much clear. During the teaching job, basically in engineering institutions, I really believe, I visited many of the institutions for many different purposes occasionally, like for board of studies meeting, for taking PhD thesis viva, or many other different type of meetings. But more or less in many of the self-financing institutions, one issue that I really get to know by talking to the administration or head of the departments is that mostly the teachers, the faculty members are not motivated for the teaching profession, and they are just using this job as a transit location, and they are in the search of different type of jobs. Or even many times, like that's okay, like if that is being used, but in many times, many cases, many times I get to know that even after they have spent 10 years, 15 years in this profession, they are decided that they will be in teaching profession. Even then, sometimes the people are saying ki, like, okay, I am not interested in teaching, but anyhow I am not having any other job, so that's why I had to do this one, or I am doing this one. That's okay, that's okay, it happens to everyone, right? But what is the scenario if you are discussing it with your students, and especially when these terms are used in online teaching? Because in offline mode, when we are sharing these things, then our facial expressions or our discussions are revealing many different things that we want to convey. But in online mode, our words are everything, our emotions are not attached with that. That's why our words are everything. So we have to choose the words very cleverly. We cannot use the words which are creating some issues. You might have seen some newspapers these days where the words of faculty members during the online teachings are presented in many different ways by the students and media, right? So that's why one thing is that whenever in one reason or due to another reason, if we are in teaching profession, then we should be in that profession with our wholeheartedly. This profession requires so much responsibilities, and if we are not basically like motivated to do that, then it is very difficult to survive. It is very difficult to basically interact with the students even, right? So every profession, like whatever is your job, whatever is your discipline, if you are in from engineering background, then there is always an alternative of industry job. If you are from scientific background, sciences, then also there is the option of scientist job. If you are from management, if you are from humanities, social sciences, then also there is there is a prime job of administrative jobs. But if you are in teaching due to any other reason, right, by may not be by your choice, even in that case you should be motivated to do teaching, like, or at least if you are not motivated, it should not be reflected in your teaching. It should not be reflected in basically talking with your students. So whatever you are doing, you should be uh, dedicated to that. And one thing I would like to ask, that what is your views on that? Many times I feel that some faculty members seems to be talking to students that yes, I am not interested in teaching, I did not get job in industry, that's why I have joined the teaching. You might have those views, but as a faculty member, this is our responsibility also, that we should not show our weaknesses to students, because we are role model to them, right? And if we are showing all these things to students, then they might be demotivated to get at least to get learned from us. So these are some of the issues, right? And second thing is that teaching plus research is a very good thing if you are doing, but teaching is our primary job, that we should always keep in our mind, right? So I have collected some of the like items from my own experience only, during mainly during online teaching, that is essentially required for handling the many challenges that we are facing, many issues that we are facing. You can see from my screen, one very important thing is that we should try to be role model. And as a teacher, that requires so many things. Many times I really believe that a teacher need to sacrifice so many things to become a role model for the students or for the society. Unlike any other profession, that responsibility is mostly not required for, I think, none of the profession in the world. First thing is that do not show your weakness to students. Many times I have seen that type of activities by faculty members, that they are so much friendly with the students, that friendly is not a bad thing, but if we are showing our weaknesses, our failures, like I was failure in getting some job, but then I joined teaching, right? That is okay. You can share your stories, and your failures might be even motivating them sometimes. Everything should be done to motivate them, but not to demotivate them. If there is any different view on this aspect, I will be really happy to see your views, or anyone can unmute and tell me. And in online teaching, it is really important, because in offline teaching mode, like you might have seen that even there are first year students these days, and they are not knowing you earlier. It is your first interaction through online mode, so whatever you will speak to them will give the last impression, right? So we need to be very careful, and this is very important, especially when we are at very early stage of our career in the teaching, right? So that is one thing, right? If you have any different view, please share your views, because in one of the case study, in one of the discussion, I got the views from 2 to 3 faculty members. They were saying that, sir, we should be truthful to students, and we should tell them that we were interested in that job, like in administration. I was interested in civil services, but I got failure many times, and due to that reason, and by compulsion, whatever I can do, like I cannot find any other job, so by that reason only I have to join this, otherwise I was not interested in teaching. So do you have that type of uh, views? Should we share that with students? Anybody? Like yes or no? Should we share these things with our students? Sharing motivational stories of our life, or our failures if teaching something, can be okay, it can be shared, but should we share that yes, we do not like the teaching profession, but we have to join it? I think no. You might have different views, but I really think that it should not be, right? So that is ultimately is one of the important aspect. I am sharing these like experiences. I am not sharing with you whatever is written in the pedagogical books. I am sharing the practical things with you, and that is having very long last effect in your teaching style, in teaching profession, and your image in the class, and that ultimately is having many other issues will be automatically solved. Second thing is that, do not share your frustration or personal life with the student. Like if you are having as a faculty, as a human being, ultimately everybody is human being. If we are trying to share our problems, our personal life problems, or personal life or frustrations, as I said that many times during online teaching we are having so many frustrating incidences, I try not to share that with students. That will also solve so many problems. Many times we think that by telling the case studies of our frustration to students or our problems to students, we are able to get their mercy. No, this is not the scenario. They might not consider you very serious in teaching then, right? And even one of the faculty was saying in one of our case study, that in that way, even if we are sharing these issues very intermittently in our discussions, not specifically, even then students are able to know from your discussions that yes, this teacher is not very much interested in teaching, he is having so many different problems to discuss. So that is one of very good observation from some of our studies, that we should be trying to be a role model for our students. Then as a human being, a teacher is also a human being. We might have many problems, many issues in career or in life, that try not to discuss with students, right? So one thing I always feel, that during online teaching or during even offline teaching, mentoring is very important. And many times our challenges, our issues that we are facing, like some students are creating problems in class, or some students are creating like chatting with each other during the class, or some students are having genuine problem. They are having network issue, or there is internet connectivity problem, or there is financial issues. So all these are up to a level can be solved by the mentoring activity. I really believe that if the class size is very large, then mentoring is very difficult. Mentoring cannot be performed. Individual interaction is very difficult. But we need to at least try to see in a class what are the different set of students, and out of these students, which are the students, set of students. Some students really need mentoring. They are in need of your mentoring, and your mentoring can change their life, right? I will discuss with you some of the case studies that I have with my teaching profession from last 11 12 years. uh, like there are some students uh, like that need specific attention from your side. So in online teaching, one cannot take care of whole of the class for online interaction, for individual interaction or mentoring. In those cases, one of very simple methodology is that try to have at least like one initial meeting. We tried that, one initial meeting with full of the class, right? Then subsequently within 1 or 2 weeks, try to have, like during the tutorials or lab sessions, try to have individual meetings. I created that. I will show you my Microsoft Teams group, right? So on those individual meetings, you will be able to discuss with them the different issues that they are facing, as well as the problems that they might have with reference to not only the teaching style, but also there might be some financial issues from them. They cannot purchase the internet pack, data pack, or many other issues. Like we try to be mentor in that scenario, right? There might be some psychological issues as well. So in physical mode, in day-to-day basis, we are able to do that. But in online mode, we cannot do that on day-to-day basis. So for that one session, at least of a day with the individual students can be really useful to solve your problem for complete semester. But that should not be conducted just on the day one. It is better to conduct it after 1 or 2 weeks when they are little bit habitual of your teaching style, that like you are very rude teacher, very strong teacher, or you are very humble teacher, they can speak with you very well, right? So that image they might have built, and then you can talk to them, and then it will solve so many problems. Can anybody tell me that yes, you did some mentoring and it ultimately changed the style of that student or improved the style of that student? Can anybody tell me? Because ultimately I believe that in a batch of 100 students that you might be teaching in one semester, uh, like if you are mentoring some of them only, there might be at least 1 or 2 students, might not be every semester, that is really affected by your mentoring. And that effect is not only on that student, but I really believe that it's on the complete family of the student. And in a teaching career, if you are able to effect like even the 10 families in this way, then it is the success of your career and a lot of mental satisfaction. So can anybody share any thought on this thing? That yes, any case study, any of your experience, any success story, I will say. Because as a teacher, what are you gaining ultimately is these type of success stories only. That yes, I mentored that student personally, I given the 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, sometimes 2-3 times in a semester, and that really improved the life of that student. Can anybody tell me any story? Anyone? All of you are most welcome. So that ultimately sharing these things, it tells the other faculty members as well that if that is the situation, then this way it was handled and it really improved. So we should also follow that model. Yes, can anybody tell me? Yes, anyone? Yes. Anyone would like to share any success story?
So not complete story, but we mentor few students at our university, and
Okay.
every week
Okay,
we
Rahul
conduct
ji.
few meetings. Yeah, my name is Dr. Rahul Gupta.
Okay, Dr. Rahul, please.
Sir, they really appreciate that at least we are in touch with them and we are discussing so many things apart from the courses and the classes, and they really get benefited out of it.
Okay, great. So from which university are you here?
Sir, I'm from MIT University, Noida.
Okay, great.
MIT Business School.
Great.
Yes,
Yes,
thank you.
so they are putting mentoring as a important
Yeah, it's a
activity.
compulsory exercise, and every Thursday in second half, like when we are in the campus, we conduct face-to-face meeting. But during the lockdown, every week we are meeting our mentees through MST, just like the way we conduct our classes. So in that
Okay.
meeting, we don't discuss about the courses. We just discuss about how they are preparing for the exams, midterms, how's their life, any other problem. And many of our colleagues have discussed that sometimes their meeting lasts for more than 1.5 hours.
Yes, true.
And it is not
And
because of we wanted, because students wanted. That is why, because it is an informal chit chat.
yes.
It's really a
And
very
many
good.
times, yes. And
Yes, sir.
many times you might have seen some of the students, one or two students who are really affected by these meetings. They really
Very
improve.
well, sir. Like in one instance, one of my students said, "Sir, I'm having problem in this subject." So I requested that particular faculty, and they conducted some extra classes for them, and he was very appreciable for me.
Yes.
New students really cannot go directly to the faculty and ask them to have more classes and like that. This is just one small example.
Yes.
So,
Yes, Dr. Rahul Gupta. I really agree with that. That I really believe that many times you will find it that if you are performing that sort of mentoring, then many of the issues in online teaching, that challenges are automatically resolved. And
yes, sir.
as I was saying, yes, do you agree with that?
Sir, absolutely.
Yes, because as I was saying initially as well, that in a batch of 100 students, everybody will not be like your facilitator. I am telling from the different perspective, because student we I was saying that faculty should be facilitator to student. Yes, it's true, we should be, but we also need some help in these scenarios. We are also facing challenges, so we also want facilitator. Yes, everybody should agree with that. And our facilitator can be students only, just like we are facilitator to them. So this mentoring really help, as Dr. Rahul is saying, that you will have some of the students to whom you are helping through this mentoring, and automatically they will be your facilitator in the class. Like if there is any issue, there is any problems, or if there is anything that is happening, then we can take care of that very well. I will tell you some examples of that. I don't think I have put up that in the slides. I will tell you a very simple example of that facilitator type of activity. My video is not getting gold. Okay, anyway, so basically, I will tell you very simple example. Like in physical mode, one thing was happening. Like in one of my class, like that class was very big in size. I was taking class in a very big hall, and many of you might be doing that. It was having about 150 class strength, and I used to teach them with the help of that one mic, right? So when one is speaking in the mic, then usually if somebody is talking with each other in a very small or whispering with each other in the on the back benches, then it's not audible to you. That is normal instance that normally happens. Like if because sound of the mic will be very much and you will not be hear whether 2-3 guys are speaking in the back benches or not. So I was teaching in my own tone, and suddenly one girl student from mid benches, she stand up and she said, she turned back and she cried achanak abruptly. She said, "Why are you speaking? It is disturbing me." So I was also stunned. What happened? Because I was teaching in my tone, I was taking the lecture, I was using the board as well. So I said, "What happened?" So she was very talented girl, and she said that these two, no, she was not saying to me, even she was so much motivated. She said she just talked to those 2-3 boys, "Why are you talking? I am trying to understand the lecture very well and you are disturbing me. Please stop talking to each other." So those 2-3 students, you will believe it, because all our faculty members, that's why we can share these things. They were so much silent throughout the semester कि उनको बस डांट दिया उस स्टूडेंट ने क्लास के बीच में ही कि they were like talking in very like I think whispering with each other because it was not a very large sound. So it is just like she has facilitated to faculty member as well. I believe you will agree with that. It's facilitating the faculty members. One thing that you will be appreciated, you will be thinking that yes, at least there are a group of people, group of students who are listening so carefully that if anybody is talking to each other in the class, then they are disturbed. That is a good satisfaction for a teacher. And secondly, they are automatically controlling your class. If it is a big class, automatically controlling for you. If there are some of such stakeholders, some such students in your class, then it can be really useful to you as well, right? Can anybody share such instance, any such example? Anybody would like to say something? Right? Okay, I will give you one more example of online teaching. Recently, in since last one semester, we are teaching in online mode, right? So in online teaching as well, what happens, one of the distraction, one of the challenge during the online teaching is chatting, right? It is useful as well as many times it is distracting. So what was happening initially, I have enabled everything for the students as well, right? So what happens that the group of students, they start to chat with each other, right? And if it is, you have opened the chat for the useful purpose, and if that chat is happening among the 2-3 students, it will keeps on disturbing you, and it will not only disturb you but also to the other fellow students who are attending the class. That happens. So in my class, what happened, I ignored that. Like 2-3 students are chatting with each other, I ignored that. Okay, because we are having so much experience since many years that we are now not so much distracted from all these things, right? But what happened that after the class, some of the students emailed me, and in the next class they unmuted and openly told that, "Sir, these students are chatting with each other. Most of the time they are also interrupting us by sending the private chat message on our chat box during the class. So please disable the chat, and when you need to interact through the chat, then only enable it." So that is also one good thing, that is facilitating you. So we need to have that type of ambassadors in the class that can help us in handling the challenges, and in those cases this mentoring is really useful, really helpful, right? So and in the offline mode, it can also happen in online mode also. It can happen as we discussed already, right? Even I can give you very simple example, a very I am not like saying it as a case study, but it's a true example. Like a few years back, we were taking a communication skill class. This is just an example of, I will say, how the mentoring can affect a family, whole of the family. Am I audible? Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are very much audible.
Yes, sir, you
Okay.
are.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So we were taking the communication skill class. However, like we are not supposed to take the technical communication skill class, but at this, in few of the semesters, it was given to us, so that like the perspective of taking this class from humanities and engineering was really different. So it was given to us as well. So what we saw that I was taking some other course for that class and the communication skill class as well. So one of the student, uh, she was very sincere in the technical classes, but in communication skill class, most of the time she was not taking any initiative, right? So what happens? We were two teachers for that class. We were looking for few weeks, but later on, we thought that we should talk to her. Why she's not participating in like online in these communication activities most of the time. So when we talked to her, she said that she is from rural areas. Her English is not very good, and she is shy of speaking in front of all the classmates. Even though all are her classmate only, even then she can speak to faculty, but not before the students. You will believe that this happens many times. So in those cases, what we said, okay, we said her, don't worry about that, but from next week onward, we will ask you to speak, right? In that case, it will not be any issue of shyness from your side, and it will not be initiative from your side. So we identified 2-3 such students which are having same type of problem, and we intentionally, whatever is the activity, we call them. They could okay, do this stamp or do this small activity, or like speak something on this topic, these type of things. And habitual activities that we used to do for all other students as well were happening. It was not affecting the other class. And even we try to give some tricks, whatever like we know, we try to do that. And ultimately that was so much affecting to those 2-3 students that at the end of day, they were very active, not only in that class, but also in many other discussions that highly affected them. Later on, one of that student did the final year projects with me, and we were really happy to see their placement, their performance, and it really affected their life, I will say. It changed their life. So that was really, even we remember those students till now. It is an incidence of about 6-7 years back, and that really satisfactory thing. Similarly, we tried with some back paper students. We motivated them personally during the mentoring sessions, and they were able to clear you will say unexpected number of papers within one semester. 8-9 papers that student cleared. There are so many stories, but it will take so much of time. So that's why I will not go into that detail, because I was supposed to discuss many things with them. So if you will look upon the online teaching, then these are some of the problems that everybody is facing. Okay, you can see on my screen. One is the evaluation activity, assignment evaluation activity. So you will see that many times you have individual assignment in online mode, many times you have group assignments. Similarly, quiz and examinations, most of these issues are common in all these scenario, like late submission. They might have intentionally submitted late, but many of them will be saying, no sir, there was network problem, that's why I was not able to submit on time. You conducted online quiz, you have given the time of 1 hour, and they will submit after 1 hour 20 minutes, 1 hour 15 minutes, many of them. And then they will say that, no sir, there was network problem, I have completed on time, right? Have anyone handled such situation? Like this is an open problem, how to handle these issues, right? There are some tools that can help us up to a level, but the foolproof method which is not having any problem is very difficult to find. Have anybody handled these issues? I hope everybody must have faced these issues. We are facing, like I have faced these issues. I really agree, because in quiz as well, in assignments also, many times it is late. That happens every time. Most of the time students are saying it is a network issue, and those who are submitting on time, then they are asking that we should be like given some like positive points, plus points for all these things. So how to handle these issues, right? So that we will try to discuss. And for the evaluation, for the assessment, I really believe that in addition to having the quiz and all these things, we can also have like Viva, quiz, and all these are traditional activities that we normally try to do. In addition to that, we can also conduct some of the activities like related to project or on some topic. We can have group discussions, debates, like that used to be done during the communication skill, but now as it is being happening, everything is happening online mode. Then thought sharing sessions, and I am trying that, and we are getting some good feedback for all these type of activities, and many times they are very thought provoking for the students as well. Like you are teaching one course and you have given some of the recent topic related to that course, and then you are giving that topic for a week. They are studying that topic on their own, because the basics you have already covered in the class, and then related to that topic they are putting their own perspective, own thoughts, many times good solutions. So it is not only good for them to learn, but many times it is also good for the your research topic as well. Many times you are getting some good ideas. You can work with that group or work with that person who has put up some good ideas, good solutions during these thought sharing sessions or group discussions. So that is very important. And that can also be a good evaluation activity. In that way, you are not only assessing their basic knowledge that you have taught, but you are also assessing their understanding and their capability to understand further in that topic from the topics that you have shared. So in addition to Viva, quiz, and all these things, another way to assessment or to in addition to that, a supplemental way to assessment can also be these type of activities. Laboratory component is very limited in the online mode, but for some of the laboratory activity, we can do the online discussions, online teaching as well. That I will show you, I will discuss with you, right? So one thing we should always try to see, that to teach is to learn twice. It is one of the quote that you can always you might have seen already, and even that has been established by many of the research studies. And you might also be feeling that that by teaching, many times you are getting some of the topics very clear as compared to the time when we have read that during our undergraduation or post graduation. And in this teaching, as you can see from this figure, lecturing is not considered to be the only way. It is one of very important way, but in addition to lecturing, demonstration, audio visual, ad, all these we are using, but demonstration, discussion groups, the example that I have taken with you, thought sharing sessions, debates, this one, group discussion, these are many times very useful. Like practice by doing in online mode is very difficult to do, right? And we cannot say the students to teach others, right? That is one way many students follow it, to mentor their juniors as well, or to some of the students in their own class. So that is another way, but at least within the class we can focus on this part, discussion groups. So that is many times I have found it during my experience of offline as well as online teaching. That is really promising way to not only do the assessment, but also to handle many of the issues during online teaching. Another thing is that as we are having some challenges in online teaching, one thing we have to do is that we need to use the right tool for the right purpose, right? There are so many tools available, right? So many ads are available to do the online teaching. So many facilities are there, but we need to choose it properly. And one thing is very important in online teaching or in offline teaching. But in online, this is like many silly questions will be there from the student side. Questions will always be there. It is up to you how you will handle them. Many will be very silly questions. Always students will be asking who, what, where, why, whatever, like even for very simple thing, they will be asking the question. But we need to be very patient. And in online, it is very essential. Like if we are losing the patience, then it is creating problem for the students as well as for us. What you understand from this figure, from this image that is shown on the screen? What do you understand by this one? What it is revealing? Can anybody tell me what this image is revealing? What do you understand by this image? Anyone? Can you see my screen? Yes, Jaspreet ma'am, is my screen
Yes,
visible?
it's visible.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, so can anybody tell me what do you understand by this image? Everybody will have their own perspective, but I think as a teacher nowadays, we will have one very common perspective. Can anybody tell me your perspective? Yes, anyone please. कुछ तो माइंड में आ रहा होगा ना इसको देख के.
Sailing.
Yes, anyone please. No one would like to speak anything.
So there is clutter in this picture. Nothing is clear.
Okay, but why this is not clear? All other I am moving to last slide. Now is it clear? This slide is visible properly.
Yes, sir.
Sir, that slide also was visible. The cow photograph,
Yes,
and the
yes.
professor is asking somebody.
Yes.
Yes, I
So
believe there is a question
some
in the
problem
bank.
on.
What the professor is
Yes.
thinking.
Yes.
Sir, I hope it's correlating to two aspects. That is one, we are asking the student about the question in the back, means the student sitting at the back want to ask certain question. And one, the perspective is the cow shown is not having a tail. Some question may arise over there also. Is it a cow or it look like a cow?
Yes. So you are actually a very critical teacher, I believe. आपने बहुत अच्छे से एक एक पॉइंट को पकड़ा है.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Thank you. Any other perspective? Yes, any other perspective?
Sir, one might be like if somebody is raising hand in a regular face-to-face class, the professor can see. But the same
Yes.
thing we can see here in the online where the students can raise a hand and we can see the hand raise
Yes.
signal.
Yes. Raise your hand option is almost available in all the tools.
Yes,
even, right? So there are many different styles because like I always believe देखिए जो teacher है ना उसके mind में teaching ही रहती है हर time. So the teacher can always interpret this image from their own perspective. However, this perspective is very important as a teacher. From other, if I will show this image to person of any other profession, they might interpret it in different way. But as a teacher, we are able to correlate so many different things from this image related to our teaching style as well. So one thing can be that teacher is encouraging the students to ask question, right? Because in the code it is written, yes, I believe there is a question in the back. So even if there is somebody who who is not like a very good student or might be a shy student, then teacher is trying to encourage that कि थोड़ा सा भी हाथ उठाया तो yes, yes, what is the question, tell me. So that is required even in mentoring or online teaching as well, that we should always try to ask student, is there any question, raise your hand, right? That can be one way. Second is in the other way, if we think that even if you are
Sandeep.
teaching very simple thing in the class,
Hello.
like I am saying that it is cow, then also there might be questions,
Hello.
and there might it might seems to be a silly question from your
Hello.
side. You might think that it is a very silly question, very simple question, but we have to bear with that. That might happen, right? Like if you are even showing an image of a cow, then also there might be a question from other side कि ओहो हो आप इस पे टेल लगाना तो भूल गए, so I don't believe it is a cow, even if it is a very well known thing. So the issues might arise even from very simple topic. The students are very smart these days, they might find the issues. जैसे अभी अभी एक issue बताया ना आपको, टेल नहीं है, इस पे नजर नहीं आ रही पूंछ. So these issues, and even if you are putting the tail, then even some student might ask that what is that, what is this. So these issues are there, like even, and we have to deal with that these issues in online mode very specifically, right? So digital intervention in these cases, digital tools are many times very helpful to faculty members. And as we are not only doing the teaching these days, but we are also doing everything through online mode. So that's why this digital intervention is not only helpful in teaching, but also these are helpful in many other different sort of activities. Like it can be useful in taking the lectures, tutorials, laboratory, research scholars meeting, departmental meetings, external meetings, panel discussions. Many different activities can be performed, right? So there are so many distractions, like I have already specified. I have written this from my experience only, like distraction by chatting themselves. Sometimes they started in between, some started recording, then discontinued recording, then again started recording if students are given the control, right? So we have to handle these issues firstly by having some student ambassadors who are good mentor students, as well as with the help of technology, right? So there are some issues as well as solutions that we can have, and there are so many tools. One of the tool you are using, GoToMeetings, it is one of the simple tool, but there are some other tools as well, like we are using WebEx as well as Microsoft Teams, and one of the tool is Google Classrooms that can be handled for the assignment submission process, and these are many times really useful, right? So various challenges I have written on the screen, like in research scholars meeting, when we are discussing the scholars, their facial expressions are very important, right? Because many times the scholars are very introvert most of the time, and they are not able to explain the issues if they are facing. So in online meetings, it is very difficult to judge their facial expressions. Similarly, like in faculty meeting is happening, many times we need to discuss with one or two of my friend and colleagues during the during the online meeting. It is not possible. Like in offline meeting, like we want to discuss with each other, then speak something, but in online meeting everybody is open. If we are not able to speak to others, and sometimes when we start speaking, then some others might be saying we are not able to listen you, if nobody is interested to listen you. That might happen intensely as well. In similarly in panel discussions also these things happens, right? So these issues are there in online meeting, and in those cases both way responsibility is required. Faculty responsibility we have already discussed, but student responsibility is also very important. Firstly, they need to master the technology, right? They should also use how to use the tools. Many times the tools that we are using are not very much known to the students, and that is normally creating the problem, right? They should be taking the notes very properly. They should try to discuss, they should participate in the discussions. They should use the raise hand feature for question asking the question. we need to specify the groups, collaborative groups of friends and students, right? So we need to use the technology, but we need to see how to use it. Because if you will look upon the features that are available in different tools, then it is not written that how to use them, right? They have written the technical specification, but for the betterment of teaching, how to utilize them properly, how to harness their best use is to be planned by us only. Like I will give you some example. You can see from my screen. Are you able to see? Like one option is there in almost all the softwares. One is screen sharing option, and second is window sharing option. In this tool that I am using, I think it is window sharing option only. You might have seen that in screen sharing option, there are multiple, if multiple screens are open on your system, then you can choose one of the screen that will be visible to your students, right? But another option in almost all, like in Cisco WebEx as well as Microsoft Teams, is window sharing. In window sharing option, whatever will be displayed on the screen will be visible to them, not one screen only. Whatever you will activate, if you will change from one tab to another tab, one window to another window, whichever window is active at that time, that will be visible to the students. So that option of window sharing can, nomenclature might be different in different software, but more or less it is available everywhere. That can be really useful to teach many different things. Like screen sharing can be useful, like if you are like just sharing the slides, sharing your PowerPoint presentation and teaching them. But now you want to like teach any software, like I want to teach how to use the MATLAB, or I want to teach Python language to the students, then screen sharing will not be so much useful. I will have to use window sharing option. In that, I will be able to show anything from my system to them. Like another thing, I will show you that I think in this tool it is feasible. In Teams, it would have been feasible. In WebEx also it is feasible. Like another thing is that we can use paint screen or drawing screen also for teaching them. In those tools, I think annotation is not available, but in many of the tools, annotation is also available. So you can use the annotation also to discuss the things, right? In WebEx, it is there. In Teams, it's also there. So by using this option, you can teach programming. You can teach, like if you are from mechanical side, more or less you need to teach the engineering drawing and all these things. That can also be done. You can teach circuit design also, designing the circuits, drawing the circuits. Like many things can be discussed. Like I can show you, like I can now on your screen, only my PowerPoint slides are visible. So instead of that, let us consider I want to show you the show you some other screen from my system, right? I have unshared that particular screen. Okay, this tool is also different. Yes. Now instead of PowerPoint, you are able to see my another screen, right? Like I want to teach my students. Yes, I think you are able to see my screen.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So instead of that, I just want to teach students about like any diagram. I need to explain it just like board and paper. I am just using simple paintbrush. You can use any software, or even some tabs are available. You can connect that tab and draw on that also. That is very handy. They have a stencil or pen with that, and that is really useful to teach that type of courses. Like I want to tell the students about UML diagrams, so I can simply open paintbrush in addition to my PPT. Like then I can use this and right in this way. I hope you are able to see my screen, right? So you can draw just like the board and paper and can show the interaction, right? So in this way, right? So this is one of the way, like for discussing or for telling the step-by-step approach, you can discuss the things, right? In this way, whatever, right? So in this way also, that sharing is really useful. Are you able to? I hope you are able to understand what I want to convey, right? Another way can be like I want to teach how to use Microsoft Teams, right? So I hope you are able to see my screen. Are you able to see my screen? I am showing you the screen Microsoft Teams. Is it visible?
Yes,
Is
sir.
it visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So I have shown you the screen of Microsoft Teams. All right. So in this way, like if you want to teach Python or MATLAB, you can show this type of screen, and then whatever I will do on this screen will be visible to all of my class students. Like if I am opening my, let us consider I am opening my this team where I am conducting the lab. So in this way, you can see, show it. Whatever I will do, it will be visible to you. Like I can show you that, as I was saying, that I have created multiple channels on Teams. This facility is there, right? So in this way, I can have small group interaction or one-to-one interaction, right? So these are small groups. And similarly, for the full class, I can have the bigger groups, the complete class group. Similarly, you can see there is assignment section as well. In on the top side there is one option, assignment. So in assignment section, we can always give the new assignments, like create button is there. You can create the assignment, you can give them the deadlines, right? So like the way we did on the screen, it is visible to all of you, right? So in this way, through this, I just want to tell you that even not only we are able to do the theoretical discussions, but we are able to tell them the programming concepts, drawing, or whatever we want to do by sharing our screen, right? Similarly, we can create these small groups that you can see from my screen as I have done. And then one-to-one discussions are really useful in those cases. So that is one thing that I wanted to convey, right? Similarly, another thing is there. Another thing is also uh, important to understand. Many times it is useful. Apart from screen sharing, I hope now you are able to see my slides, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So this option of raise your hand is also there in almost all the cases. So this option is also available for from at the student side, and this can be really useful for taking the queries of students one by one. They can ask, and many times in majority decision, like you want to ask the students how many of you agree with this one, how many of you disagree, then that type of activity can also be done by raise your hand option. Another is also assignment section. I think it is very well known to all of you, right? I have shown it in the Microsoft Teams. File section is there through which you can share your documents, slides, right? So all these things are there, but we need to use them as per our requirement, as per our use, right? So that's all for today's discussion. And it's not the end of discussion. Basically, I want your views that yes, have you used these things, how you use these things, and we will be happy to discuss with all of you. Yes, please, any question, any discussions? I think there is it's not a question, it is discussion. Anyone would like to put your perspective, put your things, and discuss with me, I will be very happy to discuss. Yes, anyone, please. Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you so much, sir, for your informative and interactive session. It was very wonderful session.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yes, participants, any queries or any questions?
Yes, ma'am. I will be really happy to discuss with all of you. As a teacher, we should always try to discuss with each other. That is really good to know. If anybody have used these for many different purposes, whatever features I have discussed, that will be really useful to know.
Sir, so
Yes,
we
please.
assume there are no queries.
Okay,
Thank you
okay.
so much, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you all. Thanks a lot. So I am also assuming that there is no further query, and I hope all of you will try to do these activities, or you must have learned, or you must have gained some features and some experiences that might be useful to your teaching life, in your teaching style, or you can adopt these as per your teaching style, because everybody, I really believe, that is having their own teaching style, and you can use these in whatever style you want, whatever scenario you are using, right? So that will be like a good result of this discussion. Thank you. Thanks a lot, and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Sandeep, I just wanted to say there is no question at all, but whatever that slides and discussion that you made, I mean, they were very realistic, and I could connect whatever my experiences with your experiences. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you, Dr.
Sandeep.
Sanjay. Thank you. I am really humble to know that, and I am really happy that you are also on the same boat on which I am there. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely right.
Thank
you so much. Yeah.
Okay, so participants, we will have next session on 9th of December. Tomorrow is off, and see you day after tomorrow.
Thank you, ma'am. So should I disconnect, ma'am?
So,
Okay,
thank
ma'am.
you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.